I cut it off before it got to the Festina Lente. Hello, everyone! Welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast, where I create my own scuff when I don't need to. I am your host, the Celtic Phoenix, and joining me, as always, are the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
And the totally in the thumbnail Kaiser Shonen.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you fixed that, right?
I did fix
Make
that.
sure to fix
I did fix
that.
it. It's only the initial post. It's only the initial post now because I just couldn't take that back.
Yeah, the one time I didn't cancel this guy just forgot to add me in the fucking thumbnail. Fantastic.
Robert Glendinning, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. And also welcoming in friend of the channel, regular guest, regular, I was going to say guest host, but it's not, just guest. SerialNavelgazer CBF.
Roses are red, the fire, my heart is blue. Shit, I completely derailed myself.
No.
What?
Rip.
He tends to do that a lot.
Well, I was going to say,
Shut the fuck.
I was going to say the one person that didn't need to change his avatar to fit in with the winter theme.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I completely forgot because I was busy and shit. Also, my Elizabeth Rose blood flame impression completely torpedoed itself, and I want to kill myself.
In Minecraft, YouTube, in Minecraft.
In Minecraft, yes.
Also,
I want to get blown up by a freaking
creeper
in Minecraft. Yes.
You may have noticed I advertised Periodic Pete in this episode, and indeed, there will be a Periodic Pete making an appearance. However,
Periodically.
periodic. Now I'm just thinking of it's like, welcome to the Science Museum. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Whoa, what was that? The periodic table. Is it coming back? Periodically. I love that. That video just brings me so much joy. But yeah, no, Periodic Pete will be here. He got stuck in some periodic traffic. So 30 minutes to an hour, he said, and we'll give him some breathing room for that.
Overhypen, if you don't know what Digimon is on my head today, then I am very disappointed in you.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's clearly Gabumon.
Also, thank you to the two people who got that reference. Unfortunately, my voice is still kind of in the shitter. I have not gotten over my cold in a month.
Damn.
Oh my god.
It doesn't help that your balls haven't dropped and the voice still cracks.
I am going
See,
to
now
put you in the oven.
I am a firebird! What do you think that's going to do?
We'll put you in the
It's not going to be my oven. It's going to be your oven. I'm going to show up in your house, put it in your oven. Your house will burn down, not mine.
Don't worry, I'll
See,
pluck
me
his feathers
personally-
later.
Me personally, I would not take any of this disrespect, ladies and gentlemen, okay?
You say, as every single week, I find a new descriptor for you, and sometimes they don't wind up good.
It's nowhere near as bad as what you just said.
All right, for people who don't know what Digimon is on my head today, it is technically Fat Gabumon, which is why he isn't bouncing.
Oh!
He's chunky boy.
He's actually an alternate sprite for Gabumon, so this is like more based off of the adventure anime Gabumon. So that's why he's Fat Gabumon.
I pop in here, and the first thing I hear is Raymond yelling my ear off with, I am a firebird! Yes, this is... Welcome to the Team Jacked podcast. That's how this goes.
Yeah, yo.
I will have skinny Gabumon next week.
Oh, right.
Oh, God. I'm just, like, picturing this emaciated dog thing in a big, like, oversized coat.
You will see the difference.
I'm trying to picture Kirk Thornton. Imagine Kirk Thornton, the voice of Gabumon, just doing like a fat voice for him.
Oh God.
Oh God.
The irony of this is in my friend's Digimon Abridged that is dead at this point, but I played Gabumon. It was one of the voices I did, and I can't remember the logic behind it or if there really was none, but. He just decided to make Gabumon Russian, so I was just going around and
Why?
I don't know. It was kind of funny at times. There were a lot of Soviet Russia jokes or something along those lines.
Okay.
It was a different time. It was a different time, and he was still trying to keep old YouTube alive.
Yeah.
I generally had fun with it. I helped write a couple
Sure.
of things, but Shadow the
Right, speaking
Hedgehog.
of writing-
Ghost Goblin. Yeah,
Oh
speaking
shit!
of,
I should have had Santa Gabumon here. No, that's gonna be next.
not next
ish.
week. We don't have a next week. Next week is Christmas. So
Yeah, well, yeah, 24th. But no, I was like, well, I don't know. Next week is 24th. Then we have the 31st. So maybe on the 31st, if we're going to do another New Year's stream.
oh yes, 31st is in fact going to be our 100th episode.
Hell yeah.
So I'm trying to get as many people lined up for that to create the maximum amount of chaos. We've even got
guys,
two
guys,
videos
look at
lined up.
Yeah, look at the Discord. Daigato sent some art.
Oh,
already?
Fearful. We've got to create a separate channel for like the jacked art, or like a
Yeah, it might
thread.
be pretty good.
What?
Wait.
What? Twy and Raymond
Huh?
during bad fan fiction night.
Yep. Which is ironic because you couldn't show up for last week's one, right, Twy? Or what am I thinking the week before?
She showed up
no, that
late
was the
for
week
the last
before.
one, and the week before she couldn't make it.
Okay. Got
Yeah.
it, got it.
When Broly.
When bro
Which is actually really funny because I could have actually come to that bad fan fiction night, but
Right.
I didn't know when my mother was going to show up. So I waited, and I didn't want to come into the stream just to say, oh, my mom's here, I have to go. But then
Right.
she just never came to get me.
Deterex needs his own thread. He needs someone to finally gift him a membership.
Yeah.
Which,
Honestly,
congratulations to everyone that got
Actually-
caught in that membership blast, except for Deterex.
Yeah, Derex is here in the chat, so the next time he better catch the next one.
It's
please.
never going to happen. YouTube just hates him. It's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
I know, right? It's fucked up.
I don't know how you would be able to gift a membership to like a specific person. Maybe there's.
Could you do some Ruby bad fanfiction? Okay, I know we've been on Shadow the Conqueror a long time, but literally the last fanfic that we covered before that was a Ruby fanfiction, and it
Sure.
was horrible.
I need to go back to take a look at that one because I know I was only there for like one or two of those streams.
At the very
It was
least,
already
it
really
resulted in some really cute fan art of Dragon Yang. That was
Yes.
at least
Was
a
it
Oh
positive.
yeah, I
better
remember that part.
Was it better or worse than some of the later volumes though?
Yes.
Probably still worse because like the entire conceit of this story is that he's introducing a couple, like a handful of OCs that just
Yeah.
completely break the world.
I was about to say I'm pretty sure he pulls an Uchiha and just presents like this new race of people or whatever, the society. That's
Yeah, there's like
extremely
mermaids and
powerful.
shit.
Yeah.
So basically what you're saying is this guy is perfectly fit to be a Kruby writer. Gotcha.
Oh no,
Yeah.
they're not even mermaids. They are like regular people that just live under the water for whatever reason, and just like they have
the goo,
regular.
the goo.
Yeah, they
The
They have
goo, what?
goo.
They instead of like they have dust infused seaweed that they turn into a goo substance to replace dust. And it's
Yeah.
apparently
What?
better than
Oh my
dust
God, I
on the
forgot
whole.
about that. Oh my
Oh, the
God.
6 toes! Oh god.
The
Six
what?
toes makes you a better swimmer, guys, and also makes you OP.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Also, rip. It is impossible to give Deaderex a sub. I've tried every week. Damn.
Damn.
Oh, I got
Well, to be fair, he's not here every week. Let's also.
Well, that's not how it
establish that.
works. It like hits everyone that's subscribed to me.
Oh.
Yeah, I need to actually. Where is the team?
Anyways, speaking of writing, bad or
before we
otherwise.
actually move on, there is one more thing for our anniversary. I'm trying to collect as many choice quotes that we've had, and as many. I'm putting the links for the Reddit post for choice quotes and your favorite memes from this past year, specifically the episodes 51 through 100. I'm just going to put them in the description, So anyone that is here watching the VOD, if I can find where that is, there it is. I'm going to put that in the description as well.
Theoretical aura theory. What the fuck? Okay.
Oh, yeah, theoretical aura theory. Can I not change? Oh,
I see wits for $5.
I'm here with my Blaze Blue shit. How can I force a conversation in that direction? Ask CBF something. He knows the most about that than we do.
Ew.
Okay, there's 2 people in that
Jesus
burning house.
Christ.
Gotcha.
Oh my god.
And then post.
Thank you. Omitted Bow for being a member for 6 months.
Yeah.
What the unearth did I just walk into? Also, hello. How are you doing, dude? All right, this guy's trying to transition to the topic and keeps getting rejected. I'm trying my best, okay?
It happens all the time.
But yeah, those links are available. I put them in chat, but they're probably scrolled past. But it's now in the description. Please send us your favorite memes that that we basically created this time around. One of the good examples.
We memed.
Yeah, one of the best examples was Agent Venom or Vegem, Agent Vegem that we created.
Agent Vegem. Oh my god!
Vegem,
Yeah,
one of the arch nemesis of Diabeto.
Yes.
And then some of the quotes that we've had, universe. And I will assemble a nice little thing you can vote on in order to see which ones are everyone's favorites at the end of this at the end of 100. So everyone look forward to that. Everyone post to that. I am super excited to see what everyone has.
Oh yeah.
Also, what the hell is Project Alpha?
That's the fanfic we were talking about.
Oh.
Yeah.
Apparently there's a secret project going on with all these new characters that's called like it to defeat Salem. But I'm sitting here like, why do you need all this? You guys are broken.
Yeah.
The Corn Goblin. I forgot how we just went off on that fucking stream. It was great.
We did.
That was so funny. Was oh man, instead actually, did we come up with Salad Man instead of Sandman?
Maybe. Also, people were saying that can we turn up the guy on the left's mic? He's too quiet. So did I have?
Oh dear.
They're asking for you
which
to
guy
be
on the left.
a SerialNavelgazer, I imagine.
I guess mine. I don't think there's a way I can do that. Mine doesn't have a gain setting.
I'll boost you on Discord. Maybe like
right
to one
far left. Okay.
Yeah. Far
How
left.
fitting.
Yeah,
How fitting considering what I was called freaking by.
Who hasn't?
On Twitter.
Look, if you're not called a politically extreme ideology, can you really say you've been on the internet?
I was about to say on my very first video, got called a Republican.
Oh, the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut. That entire stream was just amazing.
It was.
159 chapters, holy. Yeah, Project Alpha is insane because not only is it 159 chapters, but every chapter we have to split into 2 and still we push up against like the hour and a half mark.
Yeah.
Oh,
Check the art. Check the art.
oh we got more
Oh
on
no.
Discord.
More art?
It's CBF.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Let me see.
He looks so tired.
Wait, is that
Hey,
fucking...
Hey, to be fair,
Yeah.
what
That is unironically
That-
what he looks like.
I think that's the
Yeah.
protagonist from Monster Musume.
Oh my god.
yes. Like, don't worry.
That's
if anything,
fantastic.
you downplayed how much dark baggage I have in my eyes.
Yeah, he has a lot.
Yeah, don't worry. I can fix that here.
He can...
No, I need a thicker
Okay.
brush.
He's gonna get me on black eye. Shit, I
Okay,
gotta
well,
run.
while you're doing that, I'm gonna introduce the topic. So, this week we will be covering Roaming Trends video, the 7 ego-shattering truths every writer hates to hear. Roaming Trend, I have watched a couple of videos of his content before. In fact, I referenced him in my second free run video, going into the exact lore and the moral implications of him, and he actually commented on the video.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, he seemed pretty positive
And
about
the
it.
reason I ended up finding him was he was recommended for us as a potential guest by
Right.
some of the people on the Reddit, which again, there is a thread for that I believe is also pinned that you guys can send in your suggestions for potential guests. Try to keep in mind that much bigger channels than us are probably not going to listen to us. Actually, one thing that was mentioned, I remember I tried to get Dina Natley on, who is I'm a big fan of her. She does the Game Den for like a lot of Silent Hill stuff and a lot of other coverages. Oh,
okay.
I was right. It was the main character for Monster Musume. Congratulations,
That's
Serial
fantastic.
Navelgazer. You are just swimming in monster girls.
Hooray!
But yeah, no, I tried to get her
Yeah,
on to.
you know what? That makes sense given his Twitter, which I'm not going to mention any further.
Oh,
But
oh my.
yeah, so Dina Natley, I actually
that's
did end up managing to contact her, and she just unfortunately couldn't make it. But yeah, Roaming Trend, especially if we like your video, you know, Kaiser already has a positive impression. If one of our fans sent it, sent you, that almost no doubt they like you guys. So, you know, if that's ever the case, I will probably have you on sometime in the future.
We don't usually watch these videos before the stream, so we're reacting to them in real time. Sometimes it's a surprise where sometimes we're thinking that we're going to hate a video and then we end up really liking it. And then there was like at least a couple of times where we think that we were going to really like a video and then we ended up hating it.
Well, yeah. Like that's more often than not, honestly.
Yeah.
Actually, which one was that?
That
I
was
think
the Kingdom
that like
Hearts
there was
one.
that was the Kingdom Hearts one. That was I think before that we talked about before that was the time travel thing.
Yeah, the time
Before that was
travel.
Silent Hill F. Why Modern Entertainment is Garbage by Dark Matter. That one we agree more than we disagree, but there was still a lot of discussion there.
Yeah.
That was really good.
I used to watch Dark Matter back in the day, so I knew that his content was going to be good, but you guys had never heard of him before.
Yeah.
I think I saw a couple things from him like way back when, but I just couldn't really remember it. I just didn't really follow him that religiously. Pun intended. Pun intended.
Yeah, pun intended.
All right. Well, now that we're all here, well, I guess.
Most of us.
Yeah, Pete will be here later. He'll just have to catch up. He's probably listening to us in his car. If he is, Pete, just ram the person in front of you. I'm sure that'll speed things up.
Honk in Morse code.
If you are being held, honk in Morse code. All right. But yes, let us begin this video, which is titled The 7 Ego-Shattering Truths Every Writer Hates to Hear.
All right.
Do seriously surprise me. Thank you, Chef. You surprise me to how shit you are. Oh, thank you.
Look, I don't want to become the Gordon Ramsay of writing.
What a mess. Oh, boy.
But the more analysis videos I make, the more I'm starting to understand Gordon. The man genuinely loves culinary craft. He traveled the world, tasted some of the
who's doubling?
Oh my god.
Not me.
Right, shit. There's doubling going on. Let me take her something quick.
It might also be me.
Oh no, a furry.
My sisters
Everyone jumping on the furry. Wow, I'm not a furry.
I think that
Roaming Trends, welcome to the same boat I'm in.
I'm a flanker.
No.
Oh, he's just like me. Wait, guys, he's
no,
cool.
The worst of both worlds.
Wait.
I want to
what
say
do you mean by that?
I do think that I have seen this video, and it's really good.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It's a way to spoil it. Damn.
Well, I didn't say anything about the video. I just said it was good. I liked it.
Okay.
delicacies and developed a palate for food and the skill it
Alright,
takes
hold
to
on.
prepare
Yeah, it
it.
is. I mean,
So
let
when
me
someone's
put something on real quick.
Were you not wearing headphones?
Like, it normally is not even a problem when I don't wear headphones.
Always
Occasionally
wear
it is
headphones.
Also, hold on. I put on mine now. Now I need to find the voice and video settings because it is giving me. There we go. Now the audio is going through my headphones.
Excellent. Here we go.
serves him day old microwaved food or raw chicken, it's hard for him not to take it as an insult to the craft.
It tasted disgusting.
The anger doesn't always come from how bad it is, but from how good it could have been.
We have the most amazing equipment, and yet the product is shit.
When someone claims to be a professional chef and can't even make a simple salad,
that's
it can be infuriating.
They actually grilled the lettuce.
But the real frustration comes from the chef's attitude towards Gordon's feedback.
I love the way you got excuses for everything.
Excuses, defensiveness, blaming the customer, or questioning Gordon's credentials.
Here's a guy from Scotland. What the fuck's he know about lasagna?
It's a defense mechanism.
He should be making the haggis. He should be making the haggis. No, this is absolutely true. So many writers get so defensive about their works, which is why, in our wheelhouse, we've studied a lot on Ruby and the way that Ruby handles it. It's very strange because there's not many bullet points in them having this kind of mentality.
Right.
It's the biggest one is obviously the response to Floof from Barbara, who doesn't even write on the show. Just it's a cartoon. That legendary.
Yeah.
But as a Scot and an Italian, I'm offended.
Oh shit.
Yeah, no, it's one of the really unfortunate things about a lot of writers. Less so in the past, but it still happened, but a lot today, where people just don't really know how to take criticism, and
100%.
if you give them criticism, they're going to fight back on you for it.
Oh yeah.
To the point.
Oh shit.
No, I'm not even talking about VivziePop. I'm talking about published novels even. It's really easy to talk about really common examples like VivziePop, but it isn't just her. It's a lot of people, to the point where it's getting to the point where in the novel world, you are finding this really strange place where it's hard for authors to even talk to their audience and to get feedback because I remember when a YouTuber had published one of their novels. I can't quite remember his name. Daniel.
Alicia?
No, Daniel something. He's big in the book sphere. Shut up.
Do we need to get the Twilight meme?
Oh no, I'm good.
Daniel Green, was that his name?
Yeah, something like that. I was like, no, it's not Dan Green. Dan Green's someone else. It's something
Shadiversity.
So true.
Honestly, he's a good example.
He published his first novel a couple of years ago, and he was on Goodreads looking at the feedback. And then he would ask people questions if they had criticisms for his novel. And people got so angry at him. Even though that he didn't even get angry at them, he just said thanks for the feedback. But because there have been so many instances of people getting offended at people leaving criticisms of their works, that people now just are afraid of any time an author interacts with you because of their novel.
No, 100%. And I think part of that has to do, it reminded light bulb in my head, as always happens in these things. So I recently rewatched
We have an emote for that.
C. Puff Pearson's videos talking about My Adventures with Superman. And in her finale of talking about the first season, still waiting on the second season videos, lady, where are they at? She goes over this exact phenomena, and she theorizes, and I'm inclined to sort of believe that, is that part of it is because a lot of newer writers are coming into the social to writing within the current social climate, which on one hand has erupted. There's a lot more openness to a variety of different realms of thought, and at least somewhat of an established playbook of how writing in the past is supposed to look like, but they are looking at the formula and not the way to actually make it work. So you have these people who are in a transitional period in their lives when they're still trying to figure themselves out while they are writing, and they are coming into the public basically the public playground essentially, and they're just not able to handle criticism from there.
Yeah.
So we're just dealing with a lot of emotionally immature people getting into a mature profession.
Oh, thank you,
It's-
Shark Jumping Walrus, for the gifted membership. Congratulations to the person that got caught with that.
Yay. Congrats.
Use the light bulb meme that we have in there. You can use that.
I think that it's also really bad in the fanfiction sphere. I'm pretty sure someone had mentioned that in the chat earlier, but it is true. Like it kind of got started back in the fanfiction.net days, but a lot of people on fanfiction.net are a lot more critical than they are on like AO3, where they now have it so that you can just delete any comment that offends you in any kind of way. I've seen people say that they delete any comment that isn't just straight praise.
Yeah.
So it becomes a really terrible echo chamber where you don't grow in your craft. And then people make this argument all the time, and I've said this before, where people say, well, I'm only doing this as a hobby. And it's like, okay, but as soon as you get popular, then you're going to think, oh, my stuff is really good, so I'm going to get it published to make money off of my fan fiction. But because you didn't grow as an author, you didn't take the criticism, you're going to get destroyed.
Which is a shame because like publishing fan fiction is an excellent growing tool for you as an author. Like you are open yourself up to the widest amount of peer review on a like non-critical work. Like your reputation as a professional
it's low
author,
cost,
it's low cost,
low, risk. You
yeah,
know?
it's like the perfect place to cut your teeth. Like I cut my teeth in college, and I still make this like mistake because like one of the best things that happened in college was a lot of the creative writing classes. You had to sit down and criticize people's work that were sitting not 5 feet away from you, and like doing it to their face, a lot more nerve-wracking than it is over digitally.
Yeah.
But I was gonna say, like, even I'm still prone. Like I've been at this for years. I'm still prone to be emotionally invested in my work to the point of taking offense from criticism. There was a detractor, a regular detractor of mine on Twitter, that we got into a back and forth, and eventually my novel The Artificer came up, and he started really laying into it. And some of the points, I tried to push back against it, but then I realized, let me take this as an actual learning point. Let me actually listen to what he's saying. And I sat down and did. And while I still disagree with some of the points, I think he made some genuinely good ones. And I actually then thanked him for it and just went on my way. And he didn't bother me after that. And now I'm taking that stuff into mind while going forward into my next novels. So
yeah. Because like one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is that not every criticism needs to be heard, but a lot of criticism does. So there are different tiers of criticism that you can have. You can either at the very bottom just lay into somebody for completely arbitrary reasons because you just don't like this fanfic or this book or the author for whatever reason, and nothing that you say is relevant. So everything that you say can just be ignored. Then you have stuff that mostly isn't really helpful, and it's just person's opinion, is their preference, and it's okay, it's kind of like this almost safe for work dead dove scenario where it's like, well, you read this thing and you clearly don't like it. It's like, that's fine, but I'm not going to change it just because you don't like it. Then there's some rather neutral criticisms. Then you have like actual helpful criticisms where you're going into the structural problems or the characterization problems, picking apart aspects of the story that were weak or could be better, things like that. Like there's other tiers as well, but I don't want to hang on this point too long.
Yeah, this is just excellent opening point. I fully this is
Yes.
And it's still
Oh,
going.
wait,
so-
hold on. I
Oh.
think Roaming Trend said something in the
Yeah.
chat.
Ooh,
I'm
hey.
writing my first novel too. Shifting from screenplays is not easy, and critique is super essential to understand how to communicate ideas in a novel format.
So you wrote
Oh,
screenplays.
dude.
Do you have any examples? I'm curious now.
Yeah, I'm also writing my first novel too. And I'm currently having a friend of ours look it over like chapter by chapter. Um I'm getting to the point where it's like I'm very anxious to get criticism. If somebody reads my stuff and comes back and just says that it's good and that they don't really have a problem with it, I don't believe them. I'm like, no, you have to criticize me. You have to tell me what's wrong. Tell me what is wrong.
CBF, you might have to change your profile pic because they just Dederex now made
what?
you in that style.
Oh, wait, hold on a
What?
second. What?
You're just
Oh, there's some new
morphing
art?
into the guy from Monster Musume.
This is literally the only art. Congratulations to me. Now the art of me has gone up by like a few 100%.
Yeah, it's like
Nice.
Hold on. Let me take a look because
Yeah.
it's hard to look up on my laptop because like while I'm doing all of this,
oh, absolutely.
slows down.
If I didn't have 3 monitors, this would be nightmarish to manage.
Oh my god,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is amazing! Thank you so much, Dederex.
Thanks. Also, I'm still running on one.
Yeah, no, I like you guys still have a lot to juggle, but like I'm just imagining running all of this on one monitor, like especially my first monitor, which was only like, a 1080p monitor. It's like, oh god, I would just be blowing my brains out in Minecraft.
Yes.
Also, God, this reminds me, I haven't gone back to like. I need to muster up the courage and will to actually put my ideas into quote unquote paper. For all the scripts I've written for vids, I haven't. It's been years since I've actually gone back and attempted to write that one story I've been trying to write, after already coming back of trying to write a different story and going nowhere fast.
Right. Which is understandable. Everybody's journey with that kind of stuff is different. But it is important to have a degree of self-awareness and like understanding that like this is what it's going to take when you get into this industry.
Yeah.
H5s. I want to say something very quickly. HJ5s, you're already halfway there to being a writer. If you think that you're a total hack fraud and that's why you're not writing, everybody thinks that they're a total hack fraud. Even Stephen King probably does.
No.
Get writing.
Not Stephen King.
It's like-
he doesn't.
it's like
he
the-
thinks
it's-
his shit don't stink.
That is
It's like
true.
you kind of have to be both. At a certain point, depending on the field, you kind of have to be both.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, I'm just saying that it is very common, even for very seasoned, traditionally published authors, to still have that idea that their writing isn't actually good. They have imposter syndrome. Everybody who writes at some point in their lives has imposter syndrome. Also, that's not true because Stephen King did have imposter syndrome when he was first starting out.
Oh yeah, no. And when he started out, I'm talking modern Stephen King.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking back to his On Writing book, and he was talking about that. So yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I was gonna say, and this applies to every artistic field, every single one. You're going to have imposter syndrome about it. A good example of this, for anyone familiar with Fixing Ruby or Ruby fan art, one of arguably the most powerful artists that we save for a lot of big moments in Fixing Ruby, is Modded Joker, who is a huge artist in the Ruby sphere. He does incredibly detailed work. Several times when he's working on a piece for us or just talking about one of the commissions he's doing, he mentions he could do better. Like he mentions how he didn't like how one thing turned out, or like he didn't feel like something happened there. He's like, he sometimes jokes about it, but like, it in terms of like, oh, just ignore this thing, or a lot of artists do that. Just ignore that this thing is there or that. Every artist should feel that, because that is your natural.
It keeps them
inclination.
humble, yeah.
It keeps you humble, and it's a natural drive to keep improving because you always can improve. If you don't have that, and you're not good, you become Mycan.
Yes.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah.
You become a
That's
locale.
why some-
Also, the
why
secret to good
sometimes-
writing is donuts. Billy Donuts, thank you so
Hello,
much.
Yes.
Billy.
And that's why sometimes you kind of just need friends who serve as, well, not exactly no men, but people actively willing to tell you no.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say
actually.
Also goes for literally anything.
I don't
Even
ascribe to
YouTube stuff.
there's a lot of advice out there that don't have your friends beta for you. They're gonna pull their punches. What kind of pussy ass friends you guys got?
I was about to say exactly. You
Like,
need-
I-
you need to
like,
pick and
holy
choose the
shit,
friends
like-
you have.
If I send something to Twilight, I know she is going to tear it apart if it needs it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like legit, I send my thumbnails and to a lesser degree some of my scripts to some of my friends, especially the thumbnails. They get torn apart. That's why
Yeah.
I had to step up my game for some of them.
Yeah. Like I've heard that for family. Like, oh, don't get your family
Yeah,
to
that's
beta
probably
for
true.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, let us continue this video. We're only 1 minute in, and we've only had anything but we've only had praise.
Mechanism. And if you watch Kitchen Nightmares, you know those defenses are the first thing that needs to break before the failing restaurant can turn it around. The show is far less about cooking and more about shattering egos of delusional restaurant owners until they're finally willing to see the flaws and fix them.
We need to start being honest and open. I can't rebuild on BS.
And that's kind of what I want to try in this video. I picked out 7 ego-shattering truths that all writers need to hear before they get too far into their writing journey. Understanding and accepting these harsh realities won't just put you ahead of your peers, it'll help you decide whether you actually want to be a writer at all. Writing is a craft like any other. You need the commitment and the mindset to hone it. But like any craft, the Dunning-Kruger effect is in full swing. So the sooner we get you into the valley of despair, the faster you can climb the slope of enlightenment to the plateau of sustainability. Then let's not waste any time and dive in. Number 1.
Also, based Musume reference. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with all of this. There are so many people out there that are there at the plateau of stupidity. Like they just think that they're the greatest, but they know nothing about writing. Again, one of the biggest book talk controversies for the past, I want to say, quarter of a year now. She's come back. She's come back, and
she's
people
back
are
now?
still. She is back.
Is that the
Back again?
The Scorpio chick?
No, that's a different one. But
Okay.
no,
Is that the one
the-
who basically made fake? Wait, wasn't it like fake reviews to like sabotage her friend's work or something?
no, that was a different one. I think.
Oh,
No,
okay.
there've been a lot of people who've done that, but no, I'm not talking about any of those. I'm talking about Audra Winter and her Guardian series book, where
Oh, okay, that one.
I've wanted to talk about that on the Jack stream for a few months now, but we just have not gotten around to it.
we need to schedule everything after the 100th episode. Maybe we can slot that in there. There's another series that I have been meaning to get to because the fans demanded it. So we need to do that as well, and I'm not looking forward to that. Nothing I can share public. I did rewrite Has-Been Hotel episode 1, though for your audience, I recommend Shadow Goes to Hell, a Shadow X Charlie Morningstar fanfic inspired by all bad fanfic I read. That sounds hilarious.
That might sound as good as the Dracula Barbie fanfic.
Oh my god! Twilight, add that to the
Red.
list.
Yes. I'm gonna have to.
I was about
The
to say, 'cause I
Dracula
have
Barbie
never-
fanfic was so good. It was so good.
But yeah, Roaming Trend. The
Interesting,
reason I ask is because again, so far I'm already happy with your video. I would like to see your scripts in terms of like that quality. I'm working right now on a movie script. I'm kind of in the early phases of penning that, and honestly, I'm awful at scripting format. So having someone help that out would be really nice. Also, someone help flesh out ideas because there's a few like gaps in there, and I don't think very few people in my surrounding area are probably interested in the kind of film. It's a horror film, so.
Oh my god!
Anyway,
I haven't gone to doing
Oh.
one of those.
He connected and
Oh.
immediately killed.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Pete, did you honk in Morse code like I told you to?
Yeah.
told me to
Honk
what?
1 for yes, honk 2 for no.
All right. Apologies for biblically accurate, guys. Gotta fix all this up. So
Yeah.
No,
Anyway,
it's all right.
while we're doing that, I'm gonna finish my point. Like Audra Winter, I know they have a different name now, but like people mostly know them as Audra, so I'm just gonna say that until
the cows
for
come
now.
home.
Yeah, no. Anyway, this person had put on Kickstarter or something and TikTok for quite a while that they were creating their heart book, really hyping it up on TikTok that it was this expansive world and had a lot of history and it had all of these things that people liked and that she was really passionate about working on it. And the book came out and people were like, this reads like a first draft.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, I worked on it for many, many years, ever since I was like 9 years old. And they're like, no, it reads like a first draft.
Yeah.
And
I
she
don't know
kept
what to tell you.
fighting people about it. And then she had like this thing. It's like, okay, well, I'm gonna take criticism. I'm gonna rewrite the book. I'm gonna do all of these things, and it was mostly adding more art to the book, because that's what a book needs, is pretty pictures.
Sure.
And that's what a novel needs to become graphic, clearly. That's the
Yeah,
solution.
it needs to become a graphic novel. And then saying like, oh, I'm gonna work with my team, because had a team of dedicated people that they hired for the book and talks with them like every single night, apparently, of like
Crimson
rewriting
Rogue
them
is
chapter
gonna
by
cover
chapter.
that book. Oh my god.
Oh my god, yes. I can't wait.
Let's fucking go.
And it's just been this whole thing where they started getting very manipulative with the things that they would say on their TikTok, of being like, oh, my mental health has been really torn up about this. And
Yeah,
people
I
are
think
so mean. People are so mean in my comment sections about it. And people are
Yeah,
just
I
like,
saw Crispy Tavern talking about that shit too. But man, it is so fucking sad.
it's disappointing, because people are being so nice about the book. They're not even being all that mean by comparison to all of the things that I've seen over the years. They're just saying like, it reads like a first draft. You should have been a lot harsher with your stuff. And just every single turn, it's always just been arguing with people about it by saying like, oh, their arguments or their criticisms are invalid because this, that, or the other. And just going off on this. And even though that she said that she was taking the criticism, she really wasn't. And it kind of seemed like she didn't even know what the criticism even was about, because she wasn't actually listening to it. She just heard make changes, so she's going about making arbitrary changes. And that even editing the book isn't actually editing, she's just rewriting the books from scratch constantly, instead of taking the base and then fixing it up.
Right.
Yeah.
Which means that it's always going to be a first draft if you are starting from scratch every single time, because you're not building on what's already there. You're just writing a new book every single time. And she had this big head about her where it was like, they say that in order to be a master at something, you have to spend like 10,000 hours doing it. Well, I've been doing this since I was 9 years old, so I have over 10,000 hours. So I'm a master at writing. It's like, girl, no.
Quantity doesn't equal quality, lady. I don't know what to tell you.
No. You have to actually like grow and learn from your experiences, which it doesn't seem like you have.
Izanagi says,
not an RPG.
Yeah, Izanagi says, oh god, Audra/Milo Winter. I remember hearing a description she wrote in the book, and I was just flabbergasted by how overly worded it is. And yeah, they're basically a brick wall to talk to.
I have to wonder, like, I have to wonder, like, how different your story was when you were 9, because I don't see how you could possibly be writing the same book for that long and, like, not have it turn out that badly and not have at least thrown out everything that you've written at least 2 times since then.
Yeah, if anything, that's a huge indictment on you, because you mean to tell me that you've gotten worse since you were 9?
Because I'll tell you something. There are book ideas that I've had since I was 9 that I completely threw out and have completely rewritten because they were shit.
Yep, right here. I wrote a book when I was 15, and I wrote a sequel to it when I was 16/17. Yep. Both of them are fucking awful, and they will never see the light of day. I am reworking that concept from the ground up someday eventually. But like, that's one of those like really personal books in terms of like it's reflective of my life, and I really need to do a lot of soul searching on how to make sure that works.
Raymond, those sentences in that order out of your beak make you my spirit bird.
I also wrote a book when I was like 12, and that is never seeing the light of day either.
Yeah, no.
I was gonna say,
my first novel is not either.
Pete, have you seen the new Naked Gun yet?
I have not.
Okay.
I need to, though. It's on my watch.
You need to, and you will understand why I am connecting it with Spirit Bird when you do. Okay? Twy gets the reference.
All right. Well, anyways, we are 2 minutes into this video.
Yes, and we have just fallen off a cliff. So yes.
1. Your first stories will be shit. Let's get this out of the way.
Oh,
yes,
right
your
on
first stories will be
topic.
bad.
Right on topic.
Are you reading our minds?
Guys, is this video good? Did you guys finally pick a good video to react to?
Doc Glock. Supposedly the new Naked Gun is actually good. I think it might be the best of the 4. It's legitimately amazing. It might be recency bias, but I love it, and I highly recommend everyone go out and watch all 4 of those films. I think you're going to love the 4th one. We have not had a good fucking comedy in how goddamn long, and this feels like a breath of fresh goddamn air.
Are you
saying
always watching.
Are you saying you don't find the constant stark snark from recent MCU movies funny, Raymond?
Yeah, guys.
That's not comedic enough for you?
I want to vomit.
God,
that was one of the things that like I really complimented the live action Yu Yu Hakusho. It wasn't fucking quippy as fuck, and that was like a big scary thing for it. Silverhaired Freak, bros not beating the pre-watch allegations.
Who?
Yeah.
What?
I think
because I had happened to watch this.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting it to be on the list, I don't think.
This blindsided all of us.
I mean, like, in fairness, there have been videos that some of us have seen beforehand, before we even knew that we were going to be reacting to them. I thought that he was talking about, like, all of us having seen this.
I mean, that was what was interesting about, what video was it that we were covering with Ant the other week?
He
didn't realize we don't
guy.
Yeah, we don't pre-screen, but he didn't realize that, so he actually watched the whole video, and thankfully he could, at least that means he could give his thoughts when he had to run off to take care of his kid. But it was very interesting. Like, he agreed with it generally, but then we reached the end of it and it just fell apart.
Yeah. I found it kind of funny because he thought that we were going to disagree with it, and that he was going to have disagreements with us. But for the most part, no, we were agreeing right along with him.
That's why it was hilarious. It's like, we agreed for like 90% of the film, and then the guy drew this fucking outlandish conclusion from almost nowhere.
I feel like we were being also very charitable of the early parts, because I feel like a big thing was that we were expecting a lot of the kinds of arguments he was making to be quantified.
Yeah, we were kind of precogging quite a bit.
Yeah.
And, like, it's not like his earliest points was really that outlandish, but we were still waiting for more substance.
Yeah, we were waiting for the shoe to drop,
And then when it came out that there was nothing in the end, that's when it all
MCU dialogue, what is this, Metroid Prime 4?
Oh my god.
I thought that was MP4. I was like, wait, what is it?
But
what is
God, we might have to, I don't even played it yet, so I don't want to cover that without having played it, but I've seen at least one person playing through it, and Honestly, it could be a lot worse, but there's a lot of choices in there that, like, I think it might wind up being the weakest of the entire Prime franchise, which is
That's
sad.
what I was afraid of.
It's really sad to realize that.
I would like to pick someone's brain on it because, like, even though I'm not a particular like Metroid fan, I see a lot of the arguments about like the giant open sandy area, and I can definitely understand the arguments themselves. And maybe it's just because I don't know much about the game or I haven't played it, but I also wonder how many of those same arguments would apply to the ocean and Wind Waker.
That's actually a good question. I could say more on it. I will say that most of the dialogue outside of Mackenzie, the first person, unfortunately, you meet, is actually pretty good. A lot of the characters are decent. And it's interesting what they were going for. It's just, it did not land.
Right.
It was all in the execution, and the execution was written by one of the writers of Halo 5 Guardians. So... That's not a joke, by the way.
I knew those words. Those were words that I understood.
I'm right there with you.
And that's
Twilight Guardian understands Halo Guardians.
You're entering a new form of art, a whole new craft. Whether it's drawing, cooking, or MMA, no one is naturally gifted at it from the start. But unlike those other crafts, writing is a lot harder to recognize when you're doing it wrong. In drawing, you can visually compare your work to someone else's. In cooking, you can taste your food.
Oh,
in
God,
MMA,
Christian
you either get
mention.
tapped out.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You gotta
the medallion. The medallion's calling to us.
Dude, you got to be careful with that. You got to be careful with that. You might wind up cursed.
Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Dude, why'd you have to download that shit, dude?
Yeah.
There should have been a Vine Boom sound effect for that one.
You better deleted it after you were done.
But yeah, I fully agree with this. I mean, I know we're halfway through the point, but like you are going to be shit when you start out, and that's why. What do? You start simple. I would recommend writing some flash fiction, just a page of something. Just try and create really tiny stories, and then gradually expand into bigger and bigger ones.
I don't fully agree with that, but to a certain extent, you should start simplistic. Not necessarily that you need to write short, but you need to write simple, because that is the thing that people kind of get mixed up when they talk about simplicity. They think that simplicity means short. But no, it just means don't add all of these really complicated plot lines. Just write a very non-complicated story. And then once you finish that, then you can go on and write your more sweeping stories and see how much that can improve your work and all of the complexities and the difficulties that come with like writing an expansive epic fantasy world or this really complex political society underground of like your fae creatures in the modern day whatever city.
I like that Jake Karn is pointing out, Shad, but like, want to know the terror of this? Shadow the Conqueror is not a very complicated story, and that's kind of the problem. It touts itself and it presents itself as a much more complicated personal narrative in a grand sweeping fantasy world. And really, it's just a guy faffing about walking in a straight line, although he then decides to take several detours that make absolutely no fucking sense.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know how to describe it. It's a weird, undercooked mess.
Yeah. The story is raw.
But yeah, when I started like cooking and baking, I started with a really simple recipe. There's a great little recipe out there for peanut butter cookies. That's just, I want to say peanut butter, eggs. Oh, and there's one more element to it. Or it might be just two ingredients. It might just be
Chemical X.
It might just be peanut butter and egg, and you just mix it together, and like it creates a very rough cookie dough.
Okay.
Look it up. Dylan Hollis, I think his name is. He has the recipe. Yes. It's a very good short, and it's really nice. Ooh, I hate peanut butter.
Don't start baking with souffles and macaroons. It just won't work.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Try making just try putting spaghetti first.
Spaghetti is a nice simple one, yeah. Shadow the
Yeah.
Conqueror is a twinkle, all fluff and filler, no substance.
Oh,
Yeah.
Twinkie. Okay.
Oh,
Twinkie.
Oh.
That makes sense.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
it
can
goes
even.
along with the
Okay,
Twinkie joke.
counterpoint. Twinkies taste good.
Yeah.
That is true.
Like, they're
Shadow
not good
Conqueror
for
does
you.
Not taste good in any capacity.
No.
It's a spoiled Twinkie. It's one that's been rotting and it's like half eaten on the side of the road that birds have been picking at.
Okay, stop trying to make me throw up, Raymond. Go ahead, Pete.
It's Shadow Diversity.
I think something else that, like, even if you are one of those kinds of people who has, you know, like these really big ideas of this big complex story that, like, you really shouldn't be taking first because it's like you're the first thing you're writing. Something else you could also try doing is like write an individual scene from like a story that you have. I while it wasn't a scene from a book that I was thinking that I wanted to write, I wrote a short story a long time ago that eventually kind of became the groundwork for what's kind of becoming a potential book that's literally about a young god who was newly born asking a human about to describe what death is like. And like the whole like short story was just that. Like it's nothing complex. It was just these two people talking about this.
Yeah,
and like you can do that. Yeah.
The I was gonna say the way I always describe complicated stories is that they are just a bunch of really simple stories stacked up on top of each other in a trench coat.
Basically.
And once you get good at writing one simple story, write two simple stories that intersect. Then write three simple stories that intersect. And like you can work your way up. You don't necessarily have to do this, but I do recommend it. It's a good writing exercise. You can just start weaving them together like a cloth.
And going back, this is why fan fiction is a good starting point for writing.
Pretty much.
And then once the stories are stacked high enough in that trench coat, then you get them to sneak their way into an adult theater. That's when you need
100%. Or better yet, a roller coaster.
Thank you, Twilight, for showing us all the way.
Oh, you're welcome.
Out or knocked out. Get tapped out or knocked out. But in writing, it's not so easy. It's tough to gauge quality without knowing exactly what to look out for and what makes writing bad.
I wanted to write good things that were good. This is not good.
Look at a page from A Game of Thrones and one from Shadow of the Conqueror.
Oh,
all right.
Are you reading our minds?
He's just on the same way.
You psychic fucking furry!
Guys, maybe we did watch this video and we just don't remember it.
Maybe.
We're not beating those allegations after all.
Maybe he's watching us.
I mean, he is. Oh no, he is reading our minds. He confirmed it.
Yeah, you confirmed it.
Get out of my head! Get out of my head! Get out of my head! What was the point I was going to make? Yeah, this is actually a really good point in terms of like how fandoms react as well. I mean, again, going back to our experience with Ruby, but you can do that with Arcane or any other major fandom out there. Like some people with Game of Thrones, the late seasons, writing is really hard as a metric to gauge. And if if the layman doesn't understand it, I get really frustrated with my family because they don't understand the absolute like difficulty that comes with writing a very highbrow or a high concept premise. Like the fact that Star Trek managed to pull these things off almost every single week with only like a couple of duds in every single season is a fucking feat. It's amazing how much they actually managed to pull off exploring complicated themes. And they weren't spotless, but they did it pretty effectively. And as a result, you have a lot of shows or a lot of stories that seem to pull things off effortlessly. And it makes people convinced that like, oh yeah, so all this must be good and it must be pretty easy to write. And, you know, they just kind of accept what's given to them instead of, well, actually thinking critically about what's shoveled onto their plate.
Right.
Yeah.
It's weird that we say that now. It's interesting we say that now that we live in a world where episodic stories are just becoming less and less common than ever.
They're way less common.
I would even go so far as to say they're practically dead at this point. I don't think, like, outside of anthologies, I don't think they exist.
Yeah, and
they're mostly reserved for, like, comedic shows, honestly.
Yeah.
Or kids cartoons, and even a lot of those are becoming increasingly more like serialized or semi-serialized.
Yeah, and it's just the really unfortunate thing that as we get a lot more media out there, a lot more visual media, people are getting worse at writing because they forget the fundamentals, which is like pen and paper writing, using your actual words in order to describe something.
Who is it that we read, or maybe you've talked about it before, that it's Critical Drinker that writes his books apparently in, like, he wants to be a script writer, but he writes novels, and you can kind of tell.
Yes, exactly. You can tell when somebody is just thinking of what it would look like on the TV screen, because people don't seem to understand that TV shows, movies, books, comics, these are different languages. And these languages do not necessarily always translate from one language to the other. It can be the difference between Italian and French and English. Like, these are two of those are Romance languages, but they are not mutually intelligible. And one of them is a Germanic language, but still has a lot of French and Italian words in it. But again, you can't translate directly into English from these other two languages and vice versa, because they are different languages. It is the same with these different media formats.
How do you think critically about that? That's a pretty good question.
Yeah, like to be able to understand, not just to write. Like, first you have to be able to understand the medium of literature if you're writing it from the perspective of it being literature, even if that's not even your main expertise. It's like, yeah, you're choosing the wrong medium to write through your message. If you're trying to make that a script, why are you not writing as a script? Or like, why do you not understand script writing and like literature writing to try to get both, especially if you're going for that approach and could maybe
sorry. It's kind of like how some of the best actors out there started in theater. You have to start from the basics and then work your way up into acting.
Yeah.
On
I was
screen.
gonna say, not to say that play acting is lesser in any way. It's just it's a good intro because it has a lot of big motions and gesticulations and facial expressions, and then from
fundamental is the operative term.
It teaches you the fundamentals, and those fundamentals are the important things that you need in order to be a good actor anywhere else. And it is the same with writing. If you want to become a really good writer for TV or film, you should start at the basics in books, in novels, and learn those fundamentals so that you can be better at those things. Not that books are inherently inferior, but it is the fundamental base for which everything else came from.
Apparently writing for comic strips is different from movie scripts. Yeah, like look into the workflow developed, I think it was by Marvel in the early 60s with Stan Lee. That's a very interesting workflow where, like, the writer comes up with a very skeletonized version of the story. They pass it to the artist, who draws basically all the sketches for the panels and then passes it back, and the writer fills in all the dialogue and all the details. So it's like a back and forth trend, which is very different. My recommendation for studying the differences in that, read Shakespeare and then watch. Oh my God, Dead Rex. We'll get to that.
Wait, what?
But I was gonna say, I would recommend reading Shakespeare and then watching one of the plays. It's a very different experience between the two because you lose a lot just reading the script. It was always written and meant to be performed. And what's great is that when you see it performed, a lot of the anachronistic writing comes out and you understand it because the person that's acting it out makes you understand it. And then, once you do that, compare it to something like William Faulkner and something like his book, The Sound and the Fury. That book is insane because it basically capitalizes on on a fundamental aspect of writing that can only be accomplished in the written word, because it creates this aspect of like it's like a surrealist experience where you are absolutely stream of consciousness from the perspective of different characters, the first of which is a mentally disabled 30-year-old man who is still stuck in his childhood and is flipping back and forth between the present and several points in the past, and it's all blended together, and you have to like parse it out as you go. It's a very complicated thing to read, but it can only be accomplished in a novel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well,
Awesome.
also, Roaming Trends, interesting comment. My buddy's a film lecturer. He has lost faith in a new generation of filmmakers. They can no longer read cinema language. It's sad to see an art form slowly die.
Yeah, it makes me wonder how much the actual curriculum of these things have changed over time. Like, what are the standards of it now, right? And how much has changed, I guess. Like in terms of I guess it kind of shifts. It's not the curriculum might have shifted because of what like actual corporations and people that are willing to publish this stuff want. Like I guess maybe their standards have lowered, and by extension, the actual curriculum has lowered. I wonder if that's it.
I think that is true, and that unfortunately is across all forms of
entertainment,
education.
And we're entering
education.
Okay, yeah.
My mother works as a teacher's assistant for I want to say roughly elementary to middle school, and things have gotten really, really bad in terms of like teaching children stuff. Children nowadays can't handle doing even a quarter of what we did when we were in school.
Oh yeah,
They can't handle it.
And it's only getting worse with AI.
Oh
Yeah,
god, yeah. Like people can't even write entire paragraphs anymore sometimes in high school, apparently.
Yeah, no, people are like, well, 3 sentences is a paragraph. Can I only write 3 sentences? You're supposed to be writing like an essay.
Yeah.
But
I shouldn't laugh.
I remember when I was in school for 3D animation, we had to study a lot of film language, because a lot of that for animation, we have to do the exact same thing. So like one of our assignments was figuring out what the core things that are being spoken about are being said in these scenes that have very little or no dialogue, or what is being said in between the lines. I know my group, we got Silence of the Lambs when she's meeting Hannibal for the first time.
That's
in
such a good
jail.
movie.
Yeah, we had to describe in our own words what the scene was about, what the characters are thinking, what the characters are feeling, all of the things that are being said outside of the dialogue. We had to figure that out in order for us to understand how to animate it.
Yes. It's just creativity is a struggling art. I mean, there are good applications for AI. People have been complaining about like Expedition 33 and Kingdom Come Deliverance.
God.
Like that's a whole conversation, but they seem to have utilized it somewhat well. I'm not against writers using AI to generate help generate ideas as like a springboard. It's not always the best, but it can be a useful tool there. It's just you got to be careful about having it fill in the details. It can really hamper you, and you just do not want to ever lean on it. You don't want to lean too much on technology anyway. You should probably learn the underlying as you can get when it comes down to your practice. So at the very least, when you do utilize the more advanced tools, you understand what you're trying to get out of it on a fundamental level.
Yeah. I wouldn't even agree to use AI to generate ideas, because that's one of the fun things about writing is writing your own ideas. If you're getting something else to generate ideas for you, what passion do you have to write it at that point?
I think it depends on like maybe what ideas exactly were.
Yeah, for me, it'd be less like, oh, I need an idea for a story, and more like, I am having a real damn difficult time. Maybe if I just ping in here and be like, give me like a character I can slip in, and it just gives you like a blurb, like a line sentence, like, oh, that knocked a screw loose. Okay, I can work with this. That sort of thing. That's kind of how I would use it.
I think also for visual ideas, like at least in the case of like Expedition 33, though, I believe the main usage that they had for AI was just they wanted like a baseline of what they could.
They storyboarded, not storyboarded. They
concept sketches. I thought it was.
It was mood board. That what it was.
But like for the most part, they still made all their designs. They added in like their own kinds of ideas and stuff. They just had other things that kind of gave them that kind of inspiration.
Yeah,
I mean, all AI is doing is just taking ideas from like all of these other people and places on the internet, anyways. So I mean, if they didn't get ideas from the AI, they would have gotten those ideas from those same people that the AI stole from anyway. So
yeah. Like I have used AI for something related to my novel before, but that's like extremely background details, like what is the general population that would realistically fit in this certain area? And even then, I didn't even get a very good search result.
Absolutely. Yeah. God, I once asked it because I was just curious what the circumference of like Earth's orbit is and how long it would take to fly a plane around it. The answer I got was hilariously bad.
Interesting.
Like it was like, oh, it'll take you a year, and it's like, that doesn't sound right. So I talked with my friend. I talked with Jay about it, and we both like crunched the numbers, and we arrived at, well, no, because like it's 365 times the width of the length of Earth or something crazy like that. Like it's like, yeah, no, it would take you fucking forever. Because I was trying to figure out like how long it would take to travel around the circumference of a Dyson sphere on the inside. It's just. Yeah, no, AI got that horribly wrong. Asking it numbers stuff
probably
is
probably not as long as us getting through this video, though.
Yes, absolutely. I hope everyone enjoyed Fat Gabumon being whipped by Twilight.
Yeah, if nothing else, this means Pete doesn't have to catch up on much.
Yeah, pretty much. But
I've only been here for
I appreciate you guys having half-hour-long tangents before we've even started the video.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, knowing exactly what to look out for and what makes writing bad.
I wanted to write good things that were good. This is not good.
Look at a page from A Game of Thrones and one from Shadow of the Conqueror. At a distant glance, they look similar. They both use the same language, the same letters, a similar format. It's only when you start reading can you tell them apart. Some may even need a few pages or even chapters to figure out whether it's the author's unique style or they're just bad. Though I think if you genuinely imagine these scenes in a fantasy setting, I think it becomes a lot clearer.
All right then. I don't suppose I need to worry about a bringer causing trouble.
Indeed. Rather, we bringers try to bring as much brightness as we can bring. That's why they're called bringers.
I hope that wasn't some retarded attempted humor.
Seeing that I'm not mentally disabled, I would have to say no. It was a simple joke.
No. If you think that was a joke, you most definitely are mentally disabled.
I completely forgot that was Jesus Christ, Sean.
Oh. How can you forget about that? That is the majority of the dialogue in Shadow of the Conqueror.
It blends together. I forgot that was a specific quote.
Yeah.
And it has been, like, we've been reading it for how many chapters?
That up?
No, he didn't. I didn't think he made that up. I was
just saying.
Did he use the word "bring" 3 times in the same sentence?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's not the first time that happened.
What the?
He also has no idea where to put emphasis. It's really fucking weird.
Yeah.
Does he put emphasis on the wrong syllables all the time?
No, it's
kind of. I kind of want to read this book now, but like for purely ironic reasons.
Just watch the stream.
Yeah, just watch bad fanfiction night.
I will say, if you might have to turn me down, maybe, when it gets to my turn, because I do use my generic high-pitched anime girl voice for Shad's character.
I'm sure it's
meanwhile, I use my cactar voice.
Yep.
You need me.
uniquely shit.
It's not always this obvious, and that ambiguity makes writing much harder to both learn from and improve yourself. You might read a ton of books and try to mimic the prose of famous authors, but without knowing why or when those writers use certain techniques, you'll end up writing flowery, wordy nonsense without understanding what you're even trying to accomplish. It's like learning to play the piano. You might have listened to thousands of songs, you might have the notes, but even with that, your first attempt at playing something will sound bad. And you don't get mad about it. You understand that you're figuring out how the instrument works, so you practice and practice until you get it right. But then people don't think like that when it comes to writing. Many assume that because they have a cool idea and just write it down, it will be a masterpiece. It won't. And I'm not saying this to discourage any.
This is also like a big thing. Even to this very day, I know that there's not as many, but like even to this very day, there are still some people who think that like what makes a good story is having a good idea. They don't think that like it's about how you make that idea. It's just you, and like they're the same kinds of people who like covet this idea, who like try to make sure they never tell it to anyone else, like it's the fucking one ring, because they think that someone else will steal it and they'll get all the. And then meanwhile, then when they actually make it, it's fucking shit. And then you have like actual authors who come up to them and be like, okay, give me a fucking idea and I'll turn it into a book. And I want to say that was actually what happened with one author. I forget the name of the book. It was Codex Alara, I think. It was a book series that came out because of a bet that he had with someone who thought this very idea. The author was having an argument with this guy on the internet. It was like, I can prove to you that I can take a random idea that you can give me and I will turn it into a bestseller. And so the guy said the 100-Year War in Pokemon or some shit like that. And the guy made made the Codex Alara, and I want to say it's still going today, but like it's fucking awesome. I need to read that book just because I know so much about the bet, but I know so little about the series. I kind of want to check it out.
Yeah, but I understand that 100% because sometimes I get comments or DMs from people who are familiar with my channel and what I do, and they ask me about like what's the word, what their ideas are for a story that they're writing, and they ask me, do you think that'd be a good idea? And my answer is always the same. It's like I mean, anything could be a good idea. There's not much I can say without you giving me something to read, so I don't know, man. So what you need to do is I tell them, make sure to just get something on paper and then come back to me when you feel like it, because that's always going to be the first step of things.
And like we've all been there too, where we're talking about like these initial ideas and then there isn't really much to say because it is just an idea at the end of the day. Ideas are cheap.
I think, 100%. I think in terms of if you want opinions on your ideas, the best place that you can probably go in regards to that, I would advise anyways, if you have friends of like similar interests, then you can probably just go over at least the idea stages with them. But at the end of the day, asking for opinions on ideas is not going to go anywhere, because that's like asking someone's opinion about the sky being blue. It just is until something happens, like rain falling or fucking global warming or some shit. I don't fucking know.
Not to mention people overrate ideas so thoroughly when it comes to like praise and critique.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of, a lot of people think basically a lot of praise amounts to the idea was good, so they don't
my God,
care about the
CBF.
execution, and they call us
CBF. Yes, CBF. How many fucking videos have we covered on this channel or even privately where the comeback to almost any argument within like a video is, oh well, the show is about X, guys,
everything relies. This is one of the biggest things that has been like inflammatory.
Which is about things, guys.
In the criticism sphere is that like, but my themes versus people like they criticize critics by ignoring the themes and how important the themes are, and then the critics are just saying like, when all the critics are saying is the writing is so shit it completely shits on the themes. Why are you I
hate it as well when they like sort of pull a Humegalol a little bit when they act like they explain the point of the scene and they act like that is like a good counter argument when like 9 times out of 10, the problem isn't people not getting the point. The problem is that the point not being conveyed in a well done manner, right?
Yeah,
even
like
if you want to
oftentimes-
say, even if you want to say that those people are wrong about what their interpretation of the point is, you should at least acknowledge that we are operating on the same playing field. But you're talking down to them like they're children.
A great example. Volume 8. Blake talking to Ruby for the first time in fucking forever. We all know the purpose of that scene. It's to basically say, oh, Blake has such a good friendship with Ruby, and they're such close friends, and Ruby inspires, and we're trying to gas up Ruby because she's so important. And now in retrospect, it's like, oh, so she can have her downfall later in Volume 9.
Or also like, okay, this is the first time they've ever done that. This is the first time she's ever expressed any amount of like legitimate like reverence for Ruby's personality.
Yes.
That scene in Volume 5 doesn't even really count. She just says that she's pure, and that doesn't really mean a lot.
Christ. That's a better example.
Yeah, that was much better in terms of this, because she's just straight telling the audience how all the feelings that she's supposed to be conveying with her actions way beforehand, but never got to. And it's all contradictory.
Roaming Trend said, I already made a video about this topic. Coming out today or tomorrow. Oh, neat.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Did you read our minds?
Yeah, dude. What the fuck? Dog, maybe he was just sensing that somebody's gonna respond to his shit, so he's like, "Yeah, we're gonna release this tomorrow."
He is just one of us, man. He's just one of us.
Forget roaming trend. This guy's roaming telepathic.
Yeah, this man is on.
Now I know why you guys want him as a guest.
Oh God, he's in the walls. He's in the goddamn walls.
Oh man, Volume 5 has so many amazing examples for this kind of thing. Like the feast scene where Ren basically just
we've all grown in our own ways.
Roblox me right fucking now.
Like if you guys like are already talking about these moments you're embarrassed about and you feel regret and shame for them, that just means you've grown.
Oh my god.
Okay, Ren, thank you for telling
for
us
the record,
teacher, failure.
For the record, John has still never apologized to Weiss for the way he behaved in Volume 2.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever apologized to anyone for anything in Ruby?
Yeah.
No.
I wish somebody was there to say that. Ren, the only thing that's grown about you is your haircut.
Your relevance hasn't grown either, somehow, despite being one of the main characters now. Same for Nora. Why are you two main characters? Get out of my fucking show.
Hey, CBF. Stop ripping off my 2-part video. Anyway, let's move on.
I'm going to do that a lot in part 3, don't worry.
I'm saying it because I want you to be aware. Your first stories exist to help you hone the craft. You're building a familiarity with the writing process. You're activating dormant creative muscles and learning how to actually use them. That's it. Everyone who wants to write something good has to go through this phase. Because to write something good, you have to understand the tools and yourself. Neither of those come without writing a few dozen duds.
Who wrote this? It's great, right?
So, don't expect your first story to be the next Lord of the Rings or Breaking Bad. It won't be.
I'm not the one. Sorry, kid.
But that doesn't mean you shouldn't try. Of course, if you already think your writing is amazing, then you'll never improve. So just assume that whatever you write, it can always be written better. And in time...
One thing I actually want to raise that is a point of concern. Some people can be very naturally gifted at writing. Like there is the potential for talent. However, sometimes you can be a flash in the pan, where the first thing you write is actually really freaking good. Might even be super complicated and good, which is a very rare thing, but it can happen. And people don't realize that that might just be a fluke, and they don't grow from it. You cannot lean on that kind of stuff. You have to.
I feel like that might be. I don't want to say that is Avatar, because I'm sure that the guys who made it, especially Aaron E. Haas, has made other things before. But I can't help but feel like Bryke kind of fell into a very similar trap, kind of.
It is kind of. It's also just like a very good analogy just for any kind of craft. I mean, not even just like art, not even just writing. Yeah. Is that like if you start off with something that really is just that good, and it just came out that good by pure chance, you just happened to like come up with all the right things that aligned. you're never going to get the kind of criticism that's going to be able to help you improve. And in many cases, it may just be all downhill from there. And once you actually start going down there, you're not understanding why you're not meeting that high that you did before, because you didn't understand why, all the stuff you did by chance happened to work the way that they did. And so you just keep, and then you throw in other things like fucking arrogance or just being a stuck up piece of shit because you had all that praise from your first work, you never got a chance to humble yourself, and you have a perfect recipe for a one-hit wonder.
Yeah, well, I know how many albums, like how many artists have like discographies where like their first or maybe second album is like easily their best, and then it just quickly devolves from there.
Actually, well, that's also the problem that a lot of savants have, like what Raymond said before, of people who are just naturally gifted. Because they are so naturally gifted, they feel like everything that they do is going to be amazing, and that they don't realize how much more they still could learn, because they think that everything that they do is already the top brass.
Yeah, and they're already wired in.
Yeah, so they don't realize how many people are growing and becoming even better than they are because they don't want to learn, because they already think that they are the best.
Actually, yeah, I guess to respond to Crow the Wicca in chat, not gonna lie, drop Dragon Prince after the time skip. Ehaz might fit that category. Same. Like the first 2 seasons of it were good, but like the third season, I was like, I'm not fucking with this. And I hear everything happening afterwards. I'm like,
I dropped it after 3 episodes of Fat Man. That was
I forgot about that.
Yeah, we started a reaction series to it and then stopped because it was not really interesting.
Also, you're right. It is a plot point in Yu Hakusho.
Yeah.
I think
the good one. The good Yu Hakusho.
I think going off of what you were saying, Twy, a little bit more is like it's part of the reason why I'm personally a little bit nervous when I see child actors' first role in like some kind of movie that like really kicked off, because because when you're at that age, you are especially susceptible to the kinds of just limitless praise that you will have headed your way, and that can be very corrupting as like a person grows up, for a lot of the same reasons why someone who just so happens to make that one really good first draft may also just get their head so far up their ass.
It's like the Disney Channel effect kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The
it's why I've never really given people like flat praise, or the best that I could give a lot of people, especially when they first start out, is it looks good. Because like if I just do nothing but praise you, then you're going to get a big head about it. And if I tell you what is going wrong with your work, then either you're going to get mad at me and then want to prove me wrong by getting better, or you're going to get mad at me and then quit, in which case I have culled you.
Since I accidentally brought it up, live action Yu Yu Hakusho, we have watched all but the final episode, and they made some choices.
They did.
At the very least, Yusuke, Kurama, and Kuwabara are all very much in character. Keiko they've improved Keiko a little bit. Yukina is about as useful as always.
What the fuck did they do to Hiei?
Hiei. Okay. Let me ask you, what do you think, some of the most defining character traits of Hiei?
Okay, he's very standoffish. He's intelligent, very strategic. He's ruthless. He is always thinking a couple steps ahead of others in the main cast. At times, he's kind of impulsive because he already has in his head that he already knows what he needs to do.
Oh, okay. Think about what would you say his view on humanity is, especially at the start of his story?
Very low.
Like what would you
He's
say?
Very pessimistic.
Well, not even pessimistic. Like, what would you say he wants to do to humanity at the start of the series?
He wants to destroy all humanity. Yeah, because that's why he wanted to get that mirror.
He kind of enjoys killing humans. Would you say? Would you say he actually takes pleasure in that?
He seemed pretty gleeful with that.
Yeah, that's not at all in this version.
Oh, fuck.
No, he specifically avoids killing anyone that he doesn't have to kill.
Then how the fuck? Why? Then what is?
Also, the Jagan Eye comes from the sword he stole, which they didn't actually steal. They actually stole it from the thieves.
Yeah, because we can't make the main cast have like morally questionable actions to them. Also, it's not even a sword anymore; it's just a pocket knife.
It's like a dagger. Yeah.
What?
It's really tiny. I will say the trade-off is that Hiei ended up getting one of the best fight scenes. And paradoxically, Kurama. It kind of ended up getting the worst one so far.
Oh, right. I heard there was a fight scene with him that was really, really bad.
They really did not finish the CGI on that one, and it really hurt it.
I'm sorry. I know nothing about Yu Yu Hakusho, but when you describe the sword just being a pocket knife, in my mind, I just envision something like along the lines of Arthur pulling the sword from the stone. He's like, I expected it to be bigger.
I'm just imagining Hiei just pulling up, not with his sword, but he pulls out like a shiv.
Yeah,
they just made in jail.
It's just they kind of torpedoed Hiei. They also you want to know the greatest sin though, because Hiei still at least has some semblance of his character. The greatest sin in this version, they butchered Genkai.
Oh, they did.
Oh no!
Like,
what?
She is just generic wise mentor now. It's like, and then when she dies, because they're just like they're combining all the arcs into like one. It's fucking like I feel nothing seeing her die.
They combined it so poorly that they combined the Genkai training arc with the giving of the spirit orb arc, so that the moment that he finishes training with Genkai for the first time, Toguro immediately comes after Hiei leaves for the Dark Tournament and kills her off.
They got Maverick? What the fuck?
Yes.
Like, there's a lot to praise about this adaptation. There is a lot to criticize. Also, Periodic P getting his own little snowman, and we also have one output up of CBF as well. It's just they're two separate images.
There must have been some magic in that platinum that we found.
Oh God, I'm Will Ferrell now.
Yeah. Oh, you do. Oh my God, you do look exactly like. Oh fuck.
But yeah, no, Genkai is no longer like the flat out neutral, true neutral bitch that she is. And it's such, God, her dynamic with Yusuke is just so absent.
So they just butchered the fuck out.
On the flip side, Kuwabara's hair got a character arc.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talked about that last
Well, no, it actually starts out looking like a modern punk, but just kind of randomly during the Genkai arc, it starts to morph into his actual pompadour.
That's weird, but okay. They kind of danded it. All right.
Keiko continues to be a little bit more of a character than she was in the actual show.
God, that fight scene with her, they were being chased by a demon, and she like starts distracting it by bashing a pipe on the ground, and then she runs over, like she's doing that as she's scooting over towards Kuwabara and hands it to him and then flees.
Yeah.
She just fucking abandons him to the goddamn demon monster. It's great. Oh, all right.
You'll figure out how to do it. Number 2, your audience is smarter than you. I was going to add think, But no, this is better. Assume your audience is smarter than you. If someone giving you feedback says, I didn't get it, I didn't understand this, why did this happen, or why did this character do this? It's not because they're dumb or didn't pay attention. It's because you probably didn't communicate your ideas clearly, concisely, or in an engaging way.
Oh, okay. Yes and no.
It depends on the context.
It really, because there's a lot of audiences out there that will either invent their fan fiction and say that you didn't understand it.
For example, I think a very good quintessential example thinking about this, whenever this sort of thing comes up, is the initial reactions to Neon Genesis Evangelion way back in the day. Especially in the West, anime fans hated Shinji as a character. The criticisms that they had towards his character and the trajectory of the story were incredibly brutal. But in retrospect, of course, they were also not accurate to what the show was about. So there are times when the audience are completely wrong about a story, and that is something that needs to be mulled over in retrospect. It just kind of depends on the context, right?
I saw a whole discussion.
Weird paradox where your audience is both smarter than you and really fucking stupid at the same time. But you kind of have to, and you have to really try to find this interesting middle ground, especially when you're trying to do like something legitimately interesting or show why something specifically doesn't work. Like I'm kind of remembering there's a scene in Recreators where like this is kind of towards the end of the series, but it's like a character is literally created out of nowhere specifically to show why something like that fundamentally cannot work in a story. But people criticize the fact that they did it at all, even though literally part of the point is that no, you cannot use this to defeat this borderline omni-powerful character by introducing some random fucker to the story. No one's gonna accept that.
Why are there so many characters named Shinji, Ichigo, and Yusuke? I don't know. Why are there so many characters named John or Jared or Brian? It's almost as if every culture has very common names. Chris! I have Ouroboros!
I was about to say, like, if we're talking about like people who just actually do not understand the story that they're experiencing. Twi, you're very familiar with people like that, about a certain video game series about keys and hearts.
Yep.
Name's not coming to mind. I forget
Hearts of Kingdom, something like that. I think Kingdom.
And also, very fitting because there's a lot of DOMs involved.
But like, But like at the same time, even if like the feedback that someone is giving you is very clearly bullshit, for a lot of the same reasons why I never talk about my political opinions, but like I always try to get like a little bit from like everybody from every side. I want to get like good, and the same thing kind of also goes for like advice. Well, really for any kind of craft is I think. Because, like, just the same way that you can learn from, like, good advice that maybe you didn't know before, maybe you can actually change your own perspective when you understand why advice being given to you is bad. It's kind of the same way that we also grow when we understand what about a bad movie or a bad story is bad.
Yeah.
Is that it can somehow reinforce the kinds of things that we know actually are good about the thing and actually maybe help us focus more on those and improve them.
Yeah, it makes you stress test your own work. And I think that's a good like mind frame to think about it, because like sometimes people can make really dumb criticisms of things, but they can reveal something that may be wrong or could be an understandable reason why they are having that reaction.
Guys, Roaming Trends is whistling.
Yeah.
Oh my god! What did he do?
What did we do?
I'm gonna go into his mind now. Now in your walls, it's probably going to be his next point.
Oh fuck! Well, let's just hear it then.
Yeah.
Let's not precog this.
My story is too complex for these young minds.
Now, the urge to argue can be strong. You might want to explain what they missed, point out the hints, or defend your choices. But that's rarely productive. After all, there will be moments where your readers will not have you to explain things. If someone misses something important, there's a good chance you didn't emphasize it enough. Maybe the detail was lost in a dense paragraph. Maybe it was formatted poorly. Or maybe it got lost between less relevant information. Either way, the story didn't do its job.
Do you know why?
A ship floats.
Oh God.
And a stone
Please
cannot.
fucking
The
see.
stone sees only downward. But the ship has a secret. Her gaze is not downward, but up.
The
Or
real challenge with
maybe the
feedback is
rock
decoding
is
it.
really dense and it's denser than the water, but the paper making the boat is not as dense, so it doesn't fucking.
Perhaps the rock, and even then, the rock is nowhere near as dense as the writers of this show.
I was gonna say maybe the dense one is the person saying all this.
Maybe the true ship is the friends we made along the way, and that's why this is all a One Piece.
What, Kaiser? You don't make friends with ships.
I was about to get
I was waiting for someone.
you,
Wind Waker.
Okay, now we're not beating the accusations that we're actually just one person in a trench coat.
In our Pathfinder campaign, we started on a boat. We became friends. So
most of us did.
Ships are not for friends. Ships are for going to war.
I do
Always
actually
war.
have an example of this. I'm pretty sure that I've mentioned it on the Jack streams before, but my Digimon fan fiction, A Second Chance. I had asked somebody to critique it once, and they fundamentally did not understand nor care. They did not watch Digimon. They knew nothing about the franchise. They knew nothing about the characters or what I was planning to do for it. So they were just reviewing it because they liked helping out people with their writing. But I think that it was more like they just wanted to show how superior they were with their writing skills, but whatever. There was a particular sentence that I wrote in the end of the first chapter that was badly written, but I wouldn't have known that because it's not like they told me, hey, this is a bad sentence. I don't understand what is being said here. It kind of sounds bad. Maybe you should rewrite it. They just said, oh, your character is an asshole for doing this. I no longer like your character, so now I'm going to be very mean whenever I talk about your character from now on.
I want, which is very fair. I want to get to the part where that Trent was whistling about. Okay.
Now, like that could have been rectified by me just fixing the sentence. But like it's still a bad sentence, and it still could be a point of criticism that I did take, and I did. I fixed the sentence so that it was now clear, because obviously this person is giving me criticism of this nature to say, hey, this isn't working for me, but just in a really unhelpful way. So again, like not all criticism is helpful, but you can still glean some useful criticism from even bad criticism.
Yes. It's why it's important you listen to the assholes from time to time. It's important.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because what people say isn't always what they mean.
I hate everything about it. The premise is bad, and the execution is also bad.
Tough, but fair.
For example, someone might say, this character is very unlikable. Many writers immediately go for the all reliable. Heh, you know, not every character is meant to be likable.
Yes, I know.
And yes, that's true. We all love characters we're meant to dislike. The Joker, Joffrey Lannister, Walter White. But here's the thing, no one praises a character by saying they're unlikable. Instead, people say things like, I love to hate him, or he's such a great villain. Unlikable in feedback usually means, I didn't find this character interesting, relatable, or entertaining. I would like to see less of them, please. So instead of arguing...
Yeah, and then that's sort of what I was inching towards. Like, my go-to example, I guess. Now, I have not seen... one. I haven't seen either of these shows. But in reaction to Has Been Hotel and Hell of a Boss getting criticism for, like, I don't know, the cursing within them and shit like that. You know, Vivzy Pop's go-to thing was all like, well, you guys liked it when it happens in South Park. I don't know what Vivzy Pop sounds like. I'm sure she's a nice sounding woman. But, you know, that's her go-to excuse there. And, like, yeah, but what people are probably having an issue with is that it's not broken up by any clever comedy segments. Like the jokes aren't done very well, and it's also, like you're over relying on cursing or something like that.
Also, isn't South Park just an episodic thing, whereas yours is a narrative. So
yes.
I have kind of my own go-to example nowadays, after like certain arguments have gotten into people. It's regarding Team Ruby in Volume 7 onwards, where essentially I've seen people who have straight up said that I'm only criticizing it because I dislike what these characters are doing, when it's like, no.
Yeah.
My problem is
I fucking hate that. Dude, we got that so much in the freaking video where we talked about Team Ruby's play in the Volume 8. Fuck me, man.
Oh, man. It's like, no. Volume 1 had this so much better when it came to Weiss being unlikable, because a significant part of the point was that while she may have some valid points and backgrounds in her perspective, she was kind of being an unproductive asshole about everything. Whereas, like, say, we're meant to side with Team Ruby in Volume 7 uncritically for everything, despite them trying to point out a level of hypocrisy, because they immediately handwave it, and because the guy they're lying to eventually just flies off that and goes from kind of authoritarian to full-on coach dictator.
Oh my god, hold up. I have sorry, I don't mean to take up too much, but I have another quick go-to example. I think I raised this before at some other point. The criticism of part 2 of Naruto, that Naruto was about hard work beats natural talent, man. Now, that criticism in of itself is complete bullshit, especially when most it comes from, the statement mostly comes from the Chunin exams, and even the Chunin exams, it's not the fundamental theme of the story, right? However, the reason why people are saying that really bullshit criticism is because they are angry that, number one, a lot of the fights in Naruto have gotten less strategic at the later points in the series. Whether or not you agree with that is up to you. That there are a lot more attention to bloodline power-ups, not really any intricacies with the power system itself, and just reliance upon big revelations as opposed to just showcasing the characters' personalities and having them clash. Those are the fundamental, and the Great Ninja Boar arc being the most boring arc in the series. Those are the criticisms that people actually have about Naruto at its later points. The hard work beats natural talent thing is basically just a catch-all cry for help, because no one is as autistically detailed as we are. That basically, they don't think about this shit as thoroughly as we do, which is perfectly fair because they're laymen.
And to put it like, why critics like us and like others in the big sphere get the attention that they do, like Critical Drinker. I know someone said that Critical Drinker is terrible at analyzing things. He really just does summary criticism. It's like a lot of traditional critics do that kind of stuff. It's because they resonate with people. It's not that people go to them and then change their mind, typically speaking. It's people go to them to understand why they didn't like something very often, or why something was off-putting to them. It helps them put into context and into words something that they themselves couldn't. And that's a perfectly healthy thing to do, because not everyone is going to be critical.
Yes.
Yeah,
or have an understanding, or have the proper language to explain what they're critical about.
Yeah, like that's literally what I was gonna say. Yeah, and Kaiser, you just said it right there. Yeah, the fact that the whole it's about hard work and determination thing. No, like a lot of bad criticisms or criticisms that are phrased really stupidly, like X being political. It's based on ideas of criticisms that are there, true or valid, but are verbalized by people who don't know how to properly verbalize them, who can't quite visualize their critique, or just that's why they think my problem with the Ruby thing was that I don't like what the characters are doing, when no, my problem is that given what was previously shown and given their lack of being able to adequately justify them in the narrative, justify why certain characters are making certain decisions, the whole thing comes off as narratively unjustified.
You guys, it would help if Drinker didn't lie about what he reviews. I would have to see examples of that. I've seen other people debunk the criticisms of Drinker very often, but that's because he summarizes. And this is the thing that you need to understand. It's a big, important part of criticism. It's why, we talked about this with the Anthony stream. It's why Mahler does the exorbitantly long reviews. He does reviews to the point of leave no stone unturned and leave absolutely no room for argument. He goes.
Which, by the way, he released his part 5.
I need to watch that, but
today.
But I was gonna say the reason Critical Drinker gets so much shit is because he summarizes his thoughts. He doesn't go into exorbitant detail. He just gives like a 10-minute, if that, barometer of his thoughts that he formed on those videos, on those movies. And so with those summaries, people like to pick and pull and say, yeah, but what about this? Or what about that? Someone asked in here, can you think of a character that is generally unlikable? And I'm like, Thea from Predator Badlands is insufferable. I've only seen a couple of clips, but you want to talk about everyone bitching about Metroid Prime 4 and all those characters? Thea is that 20 times fold. And it's, oh yeah, she's not supposed to be likable. Yeah, and she's a fucking annoying character. Get her off the screen.
That's the same sort of feeling that I have, and probably most of us have in regards to Korra, where it's all like, yeah, I know she's not meant to be a traditionally likable character, but there are so many things that are wrong with the way the story frames her that not only makes her less enjoyable to watch, at least for us, but also doesn't make her story actually compelling.
God, fucking Shin Asuka from Gundam Seed Destiny, or like
fuck him,
or early Yuma or Yuma from the especially the early parts of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal.
Yeah,
it's like yes, we get that these characters are supposed to be fundamentally flawed. It's just that the presentation of these flaws is done in such a way where we don't find them interesting, we find them annoying, and like we don't want to follow them.
Oh god, no. Guys, why do you even go to Destiny? You can just go to Original Seed and point to Lacus.
Pretty
much.
Oh
no, we can point to Kira, and especially the whole drama with him and Sai when Flay was manipulating them, and the narrative straight up took Kira's side.
Yeah, he's took his side for cucking this guy's girlfriend.
I mean, I'm more forgiving of in terms of I remember being all right with that. It's like Lacus is supposed it's been a while. It has been a while, so I might be wrong, but like Lacus is supposed to be like this moral barometer for the entire story, and she is a fucking bore of a character.
Yes.
And like I feel zero chemistry between her and Kira. It's like she is empty, and I got flashbacks to
Phoenix, I still need to watch Gundam Seed. No, you don't.
I got flashbacks. Orange Man, you'll want to stay to the end of the stream. All right, I'm just gonna tell you that now. I know how long that might go, but trust me. But I was gonna say I got flashbacks to it because I've recently gotten to Ace Combat through Ace Combat 7. And there is a princess character in that's supposed to be this morally upside. I mean, she's not as bad as Lacus because she doesn't get as much screen time.
Lacus.
I don't care.
Lacus is lacking.
Yeah, but
and
like
Princess Euphemia is better.
Yes, Princess Euphemia is better. But yeah, no, I got so many flashbacks to her and like, I can still save the world and be this beacon of hope for everyone. It's like, I'm already sick of you, Jesus. I liked it better when you were seemingly an antagonist, and that made you more interesting as like well, she seems to quote unquote have good intentions, but is this just like propaganda? What is this? And then we meet her and she's just like, a cinnamon bun, and it's like, not in the fun way. It's like, okay.
The diabetes kind? Okay.
Yeah. They kill her dog. It's they try to do the kill the dog trope to make her feel more relatable.
Shall we move on?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Try asking questions. Ask the reader what didn't work. Better yet, ask them to describe the character back to you. If their description doesn't match what you intended, that tells you something was lost in the text. And sure, not every reader is right, and you don't have to bend your story to suit every opinion, but you need to understand why someone gives you that feedback.
The problem with the cover cannot be resolved by adding yet more bees, plus actual live bees.
Assuming your audience is smarter than you puts you in the right mindset. It takes you out of defense mode and into investigation mode. It helps you stop trying to win the argument and start trying to see the problem. And that's the mindset that helps you grow. Because once you see your work the way your readers do, you can start making the right adjustments. You are writing for them after all.
I'm going to try to pause.
No.
Do you not know anything about
the game?
Sorry.
No, I know that game existed. I just didn't know that's what was there.
The legendary Lord of Ring Golem.
The Lord of Ring. Oh my god!
The most hated game of the year.
The AI generated their apology.
I know it was so awful.
No.
They
but like
did.
I remember that was like destroyed by like everyone. That was considered like almost unanimously the worst game of the year. Well, that was like 22, 23.
Yeah, that would remember Star Wars Outlaws is a Golem type game. All right.
Argument and start trying to see the problem. And that's the mindset that helps you grow. Because once you see your work the way your readers do, you can start making the right adjustments. You are writing for them after all. Right? Number 3. You're not writing for you anymore. If you're just writing a story.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Nameless says, so you finally got into the funny playing game, buddy. On a side note, since I didn't get to hear your response last BFF, I'm looking forward to AC8. So am I. I chose the right time. I was surprised. It's the right time to get into Ace Combat.
Wait,
anyway,
Trent
yes,
said,
to your
fun
point.
fact, Golem Apology was written by Shad. What?
Oh my god.
No way.
But yes, you were saying Twilight.
But yeah, no, this is one of the things that I get so frustrated with when talking to people about writing, especially with those people who have a bit of an ego to them or who can't handle criticism because they're like, well, I'm not writing it for you, I'm writing it for me. Then why are you publishing it?
Jinx, you owe me a soda.
Someone should keep a tally of that.
The whole point of you publishing your novel or your fanfic or your whatever is for other people to enjoy it. You are making it for them. If you're making it just for you, then keep it on your Google Docs. Keep it in your closet. Keep it just for you. Pass it around to your friends in real life or on Discord in private. You do not need to publish it. The moment that you publish it, it is no longer just yours. You are creating a product for another person to enjoy, and you have to be thinking about them. It is not about you. It is not about you. Stop being selfish. Stop acting like everything needs to revolve around you.
I will say...
Yeah, oh my god.
I will say...
Art is a...
Oh, you go.
Yeah, all right. Art is a form of expression, and all forms of expression are often meant for other people, and you need to think about how you're expressing things to other people. That applies for all forms of communication.
It is expression.
Including
there
this.
must be a target to express towards, even if it's your goddamn cat.
Yeah, I want to say, like, going off of like what Twi said, like on another tangent, maybe like half an hour ago, about like how writing is very, or storytelling really is often like a language. You are, because it's about communicating ideas, characters, themes, and a gigantic world and all the events that occur within it that are relevant to that story. And part of the whole reason why we create language and the letters and the linguistics for that language is for us to be able to communicate those same kinds of ideas that we also communicate in storytelling. And like the whole reason why we communicate is because there's another fucking person in the room.
Yeah.
If you're like, there is no need for communication or any attempt to communicate if it's just for you. But now that like you are trying to communicate with someone else,
you can't
fucking do it right.
I will say, as to kind of soften this blow a little bit, I think it is all right if your first draft is quote unquote for you. That's probably healthy.
100%.
That's great. After you hit the refinement phase and you start working your second, third, fourth draft, you must then start really taking into consideration how a general audience is going to see this.
Yep. And like...
Or a target audience, more so.
Yeah, your target audience essentially. And this is God, I had a point. I lost it. Actually, I guess to start out first, when Twilight was saying it's not about you, I'm just imagining that scene in Incredibles where Elastigirl's like, "It's not about you."
Yep.
Somebody draw that. Somebody draw Twilight with a long neck, just screaming that to Raymond.
Why me? Why me?
Who else is gonna be Bob in that situation?
I don't know.
Twilight doing that, the Elastigirl thing, her head expanding up, but like also with the Digimon still on her head.
That is a very key detail.
A very, very chubby Gabumon.
Now, who are the rest of the kids? And since he arrived last, does this mean Pete gets to be Jack Jack?
Yeah, make Bob Shad. There, that's good. Make Bob Shad.
Oh my god, yeah.
Just don't make him buff, like because yeah, make him as emaciated and scrawny as possible.
Yeah, need a weight loss.
Or Lily.
Going.
And okay, for Lily, make her as fat and bloated as possible.
Yes.
So like Shad, okay.
Yeah, you need to invert them.
Swap their sizes, you know what I mean? Give them some variety. But
and you need a very chubby Gabumon on top. Very fat.
Yeah, 100%. But to go with my, I guess, part of this point is that when you get this goes back to what Trent was saying, is like you gotta question whether or not you want to get into writing at all. Because the minute you're thinking about this in a sense of writing for yourself, you're not really writing at all in the first place. Really, you're not trying to be a part of the industry. You just want to, like, I don't know, I guess, parade it. You know, have some stolen value. I don't want to say stolen value because you did write the fucking thing, but like you're not truly taking in what the responsibilities of that kind of position that you are in mean, and you don't know how to be a public figure as well. That's another big thing that you need to learn when it comes to this kind of stuff.
Well, I think to a certain extent it could be a little bit of stolen valor because a lot of people want to get into the writing for the prestige of saying that they're a published author.
True.
And that is why we have the problem of the AI slot books that are coming out on Amazon nowadays, or any other website that publishes books that accepts AI.
The fucking Coca-Cola ad and the people that made it saying Lord. Like we didn't sleep for a week making every single prompt.
Oh Lord.
That how embarrassing.
You worked that hard on something that still looks like shit.
You quote unquote work that hard generating prompts instead of actually crafting something. Congratulations.
I mean, it's even worse when it comes to like it's even worse when you're talking about fucking games and movies and shit like that. People gotta pay to watch their shit. People are paying to watch and consume your fucking content. They have every right to say that whether or not it's trash or that they're unhappy with it, because they have to spend their hard-earned time and money in order to get to it in the first place.
This guy won't be. Sky/Slasher says this guy won't be so smug if he tried memo writing. Is that like writing memos, or is that a person? Legal memo writing.
No.
Yeah, just like the idea that like industry plans are already one thing, but at least they're actually either being given or are either being given craft to work on, to craft, or just like crafting in and of themselves. On like quote unquote like being there for like a week, just like generating all the different ways you're going to obliterate Memphis, the water of Memphis.
Yeah. Sometimes they craft mac and cheese too. Anyway.
Oh god, I think I remember hearing at work someone's kid or something like put that in the microwave for 30 minutes because they misread 3.5.
Oh. Well, I hope they like their burned, fiery house.
For yourself, you don't need to watch this video at all. Go ahead, write your ship fix, your self-insert fantasies, your lore, whatever. But if you're trying to write for you anymore, if you're just writing a story for yourself, you don't need to watch this video at all. Go ahead, write your ship fix, your self-insert fantasies, your lore, whatever. But if you're trying to write something other people will actually enjoy, and heck, even pay money for, then it might be time to let go of that indulgent, self-gratifying mindset, because the story is no longer for you, it's for the audience. Not in the sense that you shouldn't enjoy writing it, you just need to find a different type of enjoyment. Let me explain.
Oh shit! I remember what I really wanted to say. Oh my god. So there are many times when certain like movies or shows recently have gotten pushback. Oh wait, actually here's a good example. This relates to like dubbing and localizing. Some people were, getting mad at some localizing in like a game or something like that. And I think this one chick who's a content creator that talks about Persona and other JRPGs, Crystal, like the champagne, spoke up and was all like, oh well, do these little twists in localization are fun. It doesn't have to be translating a work doesn't have to be boring all the time. And I'm all like, okay, well, I understand what you mean by that. The problem is that you shouldn't change the meaning of the work so much to the point where it fundamentally doesn't really like fit with the vibe, or changes how the character like talks or acts, or what the message is trying to carry. You know what I mean? It's a sort of similar thing where it's all like people interpret criticism and wanting changes in the work with fundamentally changing the work itself, or not wanting you to have fun or to live out your fantasies or ideas, when that is objectively not fucking true. A lot of the time, what have we always said about Ruby? We've always said that the problem isn't that it's not what we want it to be, it's that it's not doing its own fucking job.
Yeah.
That's what we're mad at. You're not doing your job.
Yep.
Yeah, like localization, you're not here to make the changes should not be based on what you find more fun. It should be based on your understanding of the material and how you feel is best to convey it within the current medium you're doing it in. Whether it's like for dubbing, for scripts that have to be dubbed, thus you have to worry about lip flaps, or if it's just text.
So
if you are going to
HJ Fies mentions there's a moist critical reference in Digimon Time Strangers. Here's the question. Does it take away from the spiritual nature of the scene? Like, that's actually a genuine question you need to have localizers, because there are 2 different dubs, or maybe even 3 different dubs of the original Sailor Moon anime, and the very first one, or I want to say that the most popular long-running one, was by
Deke?
It might have been by Deke. And that one is fun. That one is super like creative. It adds like these moments for the characters while like applying to the lip flaps. It stays well within the spirit of the show, outside of some of the things that were mandated change, which, not the fault of the transliterators.
Obviously, yeah.
But like, having like certain moments where Usagi's like, "Oh my God, you were Moonlight Knight." Wait, how did I not notice that? Like these moments of like her just like they can sometimes actually add to the characters. Sometimes they actually put in the work to not only enhance the version, and it can work that way. It's just a very risky process. It's
Like I know
you can do both. You can do something that is both satisfying for the story while also being, fun and enjoyable to actually write or do something with or entertain to the audience.
I know a modern example is actually, like, granted, I haven't really heard much of it at all, but I know Alex Lee talked about his localization process for the solo leveling dub, and how, like, he actively, like, tailored it to basically what the target audience would be in English. So that's how he tailored some of, like, the lines and line delivery of Song Jing Woo.
Yeah, and from what I saw of like the dub version of that show, like it's still pretty accurate to what the original intent is, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, not a lot of voice actors should do that, but like that's the kind of thing where you have to know what you're doing and you have to understand the material and who it's for.
Yes.
Props to him for being able to do that, because not everyone can, both in terms of voice actors who are like doing ADR or script writing,
Yeah.
or just the people who do that more often themselves.
Yeah, but again, like it's this sort of weird defensiveness that some creators or creatives have, where they interpret any sort of like, hey, maybe things should be a bit more structured here. They interpret structure as like slavery, right? Like every time you're saying like, oh my god, hey, maybe you should probably like make this scene a little bit sharper in this direction. It's like, oh, why are you whipping me, man? Oh my god. But yeah, it's sort of like that. Also, don't continue the video yet. Look at the background. Oh, what? Hold on.
Background?
It's in the background. It's really blurry. Is there a reference to a movie? We are both in a snowy location. Coincidence? Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
He really is in the walls. Fuck.
A good movie on Christmas. It's a Christmas miracle. A good video for a good Christmas video. It's a Christmas miracle.
It's a Christmas miracle.
Sky Slasher is asking, but Kaiser, but if you dislike Ruby because you want it to do its job, then doesn't that mean you dislike Ruby because it's not what you want it to be? I mean, what I guess in the most like pedantic sense, but my thing is that I as the viewer did not go into Ruby with any sort of expectations. I'm going off of the expectations that the work has for itself, and I am grading it on those metrics and those metrics.
There is while it is very abstract in terms of how you achieve it, you can tell typically what a work is going for. And if you can't tell what a work is going for, that's typically a sin upon the work.
Yes.
Look, guys, you go into a restaurant expecting a good meal when you leave. And by saying like, oh, well, the food there just wasn't up to your expectations, you need to lower your expectations so that you can enjoy the food more.
Ma'am, there was a rat in my salad.
Yeah.
It was still alive, too.
If the show hurt my eyes and gave me a headache, if it gave me vertigo, do I tell my eyes and my brain to lower expectations or get good when I'm watching?
Get good eyesight. Get 20/25 head.
I also didn't have any expectations when going into Ruby. I had seen like still images of it. I've seen discussions about the weapons. I knew nothing about it. I only watched the first volume of it because my friend was into it and he wanted to show me something that he enjoyed and that he thought that I would like. And so I watched it, and unfortunately I did not like it. I had no expectations for it, but I still think that it fell flat.
Yeah, my expectations for Ruby were based on what I was getting, and by the time I got to Volume 5, I was expecting it to continue its upward trajectory in terms of character focus and a sense of maturity. The problem is, it completely derailed on all of that, which had already struggling with it early on. And then I realized, I didn't know just how bad it was before, but it somehow gets so much worse later.
If anything, I was expecting Ruby to be, I guess, be a little bit better than what I ended up getting, because I mostly knew about it because of all the praise that it got online from the trailers and all this other stuff. But I came in around when Volume 3 ended, and I saw all of these reactions. I'm like, okay, holy shit, what's going on here? And it just ended up not being very good.
Ugok says there's a difference between Kaiser's criticisms of Ruby and Ocean is his criticisms of MHA. Celtic knows what I mean. Unfortunately, I do. All right.
Like another thing too.
We could probably keep going on this topic forever, but we do have to finish this video.
Yeah,
so.
we may have
let's continue on.
Explain. A good comparison here is tabletop RPGs like Dungeons & Dragons.
Ooh.
In these games, you can either be a player or the game master. Players get to play out the story. They create the characters, build backstories, and make choices for those characters. It's personal, it's immersive, it's about them. But the GM is different. The game master has to build the world, structure the adventure, invent the characters, lay out the challenges, keep things moving, and most importantly, make sure the experience is fun and engaging for everyone else at the table. Now sure, both players and the GM are being creative, but notice the direction of that creativity. For the player, It's inward. What does my character do? What is my character's backstory? For the GM, though, it's outward. How do I make this adventure exciting for the players? And that's the mindset you need to adopt as a writer. And yet, when I read a lot of beginner writers' stories, it seems to me like they still have the mindset of a player. They are less concerned about constructing the experience for others and more about indulging themselves through their character and expecting others to care about it.
Hi, Shad!
I control your fate!
That's typically how you get the Mary Sue characters, repetitive plot beats, overpowered protagonists, inconsistent world building, and forced emotional scenes. Worse still, it's where the hand of the author becomes obvious.
Come here, kneel.
You'll notice characters being pushed towards acting out of character or events unfolding either too conveniently or in a way that doesn't make sense. Not because the story led us there, but because the author wanted it to happen. These kind of writers tend to be too busy experiencing the story from the inside instead of constructing it from the outside. And that's really the rewarding part of writing. It's not about people admiring how cool your original characters are. It's about engaging the audience and making them care for something they otherwise wouldn't have.
I'll try one of these fucking George Martin.
Spoilers for One Piece, thank you very much.
See if this thing...
Listen, that episode's been okay. I mean, not talking about the live action one, but like that episode has been out for years now.
Yeah, that's an iconic scene from the series.
Okay, but like, I really fucking hate that. I really hate it because like people are like, oh well, why are you complaining that it's spoilers? This thing has been out for how many decades? It's like not everybody has watched something that is that old. Probably it's less likely that they're going to have watched it because it's old, or like maybe they just aren't in that sphere and we're getting into that sphere for the first time. It's still going to be spoilers for you. If you're somebody who has never been into One Piece before or has been into fantasy and you're talking about all these things that the community has known about for a long time, well, this is an outsider to the community. Shut up.
I was going to say...
Funny that you say all that because you guys actually...
I can see that argument for like a lot of other kinds of things. I think it's a little bit different for a series that has been as long going as One Piece, where like even an episode like that is still like very early stuff, and there's still like tons of other things that are just as perhaps even more impactful. That even if you showed them that one scene, there would still be a lot more stuff.
I don't think it's length that's the problem. I think
it's
really
not length.
Yeah, my own thing is like more of a resignation to just the nature of media discourse, especially when you're in that's you're entering a new sphere. Like, you're going to be exposed to spoilers. It's going to happen just because people are already acclimated to those things being commonplace within the community they're in. And it's
no. We're kind of getting a little bit off of what I was complaining about in the first place. Because like the whole thing is like where we are joking about it being spoilers, but like saying that oh, well, why are you complaining about this spoiler? It is a very famous scene. It's like, that's not the point. It's not about like whether or not it's a famous scene or not. It is like the fact that you are not respecting the fact that I am a newcomer to this thing. I don't already know about this thing. So why are you acting as though I should have already seen it?
Yeah, like stuff like this is why I put
Raymond with that.
Yeah, but yeah, this is why I put spoiler warnings at the beginning of my vids. Also, this is a little funny considering you guys directly spoiled me on Yu Yu Hakusho because I've never seen it. Like earlier.
And that's why we're part of the problem. I was gonna say, like, everyone knows Rosebud was the sled. That's just like, I mean, that's probably the biggest entire spoiler that everyone kind of knows, even if they haven't seen Citizen Kane.
Why would you say that, Raymond? Next, you're going to tell me that Darth Vader was actually Luke's father.
Well, I was going to actually go. Like,
actually...
what do we say about people who parody things as well, and you just get exposed to the parody first? How do we deal with that?
Yeah. I think it's also a fine line, too, because like I can understand, as someone who has a great appreciation for Outer Wilds, which is a game that I and many other people who've played that game know for a fact you can really only experience going in blind. But at the same time, I'm also one of the kinds of people that I know that there are some instances where I think if the vast majority of like the good in your experience is the experiencing it for the first time, and that like there's I kind of like rephrase. So if I had no desire to like revisit something after I saw it the first time, even if I still thought it was good, then that kind of like it kind of means that the majority of the impact that scene that I was trying to avoid spoilers for was just from the lack of knowledge that I had from it, and not necessarily like the substance that it carried with it. I feel like
Also,
good stories and good
plot-
scenes can still be
plot
impactful
twist
even
syndrome.
after.
Plot
Like
twist
even when you know what's going to happen, I think stuff can still be impactful and still be meaningful, even if you do know what's happening. Not all the time, but like there's a
No, I take back my apology. No, it's your fault for not having watched an anime that's 30 years old. There you go.
I was gonna say, like, and sometimes spoilers can be good. I mean, like, it is a studied thing in ADHD that we like to pregame effectively. We like to know what we're going into. And so, like, big twists can sometimes be upsetting. It's not really strong in someone like me, but it can benefit. I'm playing through Ace Combat 4 now, and, like, I know some things about the Ace Combat franchise because I looked into it when I was playing Ace Combat 7 just to kind of get a feel for the world, which is a really cool world, by the way, Strange Real. But, like, the idea of, like, there are these super weapons, and I've heard of one that's legendary called the Megalith, and I just got to a mission where they said, yes, the enemy is now developing this new super weapon to replace their last one we just destroyed, called the Megalith, and I'm like, the Megalith! Oh, it's time to go. Let's fucking go. Time to, like, I know the song for the Megalith, and it's one of the best fucking action songs ever. And I'm like, oh, things are going to fucking rock soon. Let's do this. Like, it can hype you up if you sometimes know it.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why foreshadowing can also be very impactful, is because in like a number of times, the point of foreshadowing is that you're supposed to know what's happening, and that like the story is trying to nudge you towards that, so that it makes it that much more impactful when it does happen.
It's still getting kind of away from why I started this conversation, but regardless,
we got away from this from this video actually because it isn't even talking about spoilers.
The point of spoilers are a very complicated subject. All right,
we're getting off topic on an already off topic thing. It's off topic exception, man. Let's just get back to the video.
Is this really
off
topic
all the way down? And it just carried me away. It just carried me away, which are what books are supposed to do.
It's this conversation between you and the hypothetical audience. As you write, you have to think, will this prompt the audience to keep reading? What questions would they have? Would they care about the situation at all? Once you start doing that, you learn to let go of your beloved OCs and see them not as main characters, but as parts of a greater experience.
You have to take your characters and you have to put them through crises. That's what fiction and drama is all about, is not, your hero has a really good time.
Number 4.
I disagree with that. Now, it's not, I recommend it. I think it does make a game or a story more engaging, but you can have, like I wouldn't describe it as crises. Small little challenges, small little obstacles, at least something that, like, creates a little bit of friction in the story is, I think, all you really need. And even then, you can just have, like, while they're not super deep, you can have little short stories about, like, meet cutes. It's just two people meeting coincidentally in a coffee shop and hitting it off, and that can be very
I hate coffee shop A's.
I know.
They're so damn dull.
I know, but, like, you can theoretically make them interesting.
No, you can't. I've never seen a coffee shop AU that was interesting.
Raymond out here just being like, oh man, I love X. Twy here just knocks his hot chocolate out of his hand. Just, no!
I know. I know.
I'm just thinking of that one fucking meme. It was like, I like the X thing. And the first Twilight.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna turn up your die.
I don't want to read a 110-page story about people just sitting in a fucking coffee shop talking about their feelings.
I said nothing about length.
Scene.
I said nothing about length. You are inserting that into my mouth.
Someone
I
take that as a challenge right now.
I wasn't inserting that into your mouth. I was just saying that in general.
I mean, at least buy him a drink first. God damn.
I made no specification. I could have been referring to a single chapter fic. You don't know.
I never said that. I was speaking generally. Excuse you.
Someone take that as a challenge. Do it. Do it. Do it. Piss Twy off.
Have a story? Yeah, I know, a harsh question, right? But I had to ask it more times than I would like. And that's because a lot of beginner writers don't actually know what a story is. They send me piles of documents with their fantasy worlds, magic systems, lore, character descriptions, design, and then go, what do you think about my story so far? What story? You're basically showing me the eggs, milk, and flour and asking me to rate your pancake. You haven't made a story yet. All this data you have is useless without giving it a narrative context. Look, I get it. World building is fun. You made cool character designs, amazing worlds, and all these backstories. But if the story ends up being something like this...
And you're walking, and you're walking along, and you,
I've never seen this episode, Dexter.
Yeah.
That's fun.
By pausing for safe, but your editing is great.
Yeah, this editing's really good.
Yeah.
I have a point, but
That's
I'll
a
let it
simple
be, I'll let it
gag.
happen later. Yeah, I have a point directly relating to this in an odd way, but I'll let it play out first.
Okay.
I have to question whether you even have a story.
Oh.
This is especially common with artists and animators who love the visuals and aesthetics of their creations.
With animation you can create worlds unimagined by man.
They get so caught up in the aesthetics and tone that they forget to actually have a cohesive narrative. The truth is, no matter how cool your sword is, people care more about who's holding it and why. So, what is a story?
Well, let me break it down for you.
Before we break it down, we have fan art.
We got some
from
fan
Silver
art.
we got we got Toy with the neck and the fat Gabumon.
Oh my god.
And there she is yelling at me that you're not allowed to enjoy coffee shop AUs. It's verboten.
Good God. Gabumon is super oversized.
I was gonna say
This is
Gabumon is
great.
stealing the show here, honestly.
It's Big Chungus-mon.
Yeah, it's Chung.
It really is.
Gabu
Holy crap.
Chungus.
He reminds me of Fat Yoshi, actually, from Super Mario RPG.
But you're right. I think that is Fat Yoshi.
Yeah, I think
Or
that's the same
Big
pose and
Yoshi.
everything.
Yes.
No, I think you're pretty sure it's Fat Yoshi. I'm pretty sure they call it that.
Also, yeah. Now I think now is a good time to get to the point that I was thinking of. This weirdly reminds me of all things, what I learned about the Asterisk War. Because what I learned is that apparently, in a weird way, like the writer, like the author behind that, Yu Miyazaki, he was actually initially wanted to just make a tabletop RPG, but then like one thing led to another, and suddenly he ended up making light novels that he didn't actively like enjoy making up to a point where after a while he just stopped even having like, you know how they have like author's notes or like an author like introduction or whatever, like in a lot of books. Apparently he just stopped having that 7 books in, and then eventually kind of just became wheels spinning and got canceled or something. But it's like, yeah,
that's sad.
You make a world, you're interested in making the world. You weren't interested in making the story. Sometimes writers are like that for one reason or another.
That's very interesting, because like when you're making an RPG world, like you don't even need to make a story. You just make a world. It's world builder disease, but that's the goal.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, he just wanted to get lost in the world builder's diseases sauce.
You know what? More people need to accidentally fall into that.
No, we already have enough problems with people falling into world builder disease.
No. What he did, where he tried to do world builder disease and slipped into making a story, like by accident.
No, because that's the problem. He didn't want to make a story. He rounded up doing that, and it became the Asterisk War, and the Asterisk War sucks.
We take what he had and give it to the people with world builder disease, and we take what they have and we give it to him.
Yeah.
We need to do a motive transplant.
Yeah.
Just swap stats.
Basically.
By no means is this a universal definition, but it's the one that should at least guide you down the right path. At its core, a story is a journey from conflict to resolution. That's it. 2 things: conflict, resolution. These 2 provide both a border and a direction for your story. Think of them as edges of a canvas, and you as the artist who has to decide what to draw without going beyond those edges. Now, the size of the canvas can vary, but the edges are still there. You could have very short stories like Aesop's Fables, or huge shows like One Piece that can go for 1,000 episodes. But we all know that the story will end when the conflict is resolved. So let's briefly go over these 2 crucial elements and make sure your story actually has them.
And you're walking along, and a dragon comes out. And he He's scary, crazy scary, and he's coming to get you.
The most important thing to remember about conflict is that it's not the job. It is the grand overarching problem that the protagonist has to resolve. It's typically an internal one, but not always. But it is the problem that contextualizes all the other elements of your story. In Spider-Man 2, defeating Dr. Octavius is not the conflict. It's the job. Yeah. The conflict is the balance Peter Parker has to find between his life and being Spider-Man.
I'm getting married.
I want a life of my own.
In The Gladiator, Maximus is trying to get revenge for his murdered family.
And I will have my vengeance, in this life or the next.
Finding other gladiators is simply the job that he needs to do to obtain his revenge. In Iron Man, Tony Stark's real conflict comes from Tony striving to redefine himself. Him building a new suit is just an externalization of that internal conflict, as is his fight with Ironmonger, a personification of his worst self. See what I mean? The world, lore, powers, foes are pretty superficial without the meaning conflict provides. Yet for some reason, many creators tend to hyperfixate on the superficial. They hover around the concept phase, creating everything but the actual character journey. One of the reasons why One Piece characters are so unique is because they have very clearly defined goals, which present many opportunities for conflict and resolution.
I'm gonna find the old blue.
I'm gonna be king of the pirates.
I'm gonna be the world's greatest swordsman.
I'm gonna draw a map of the world.
I'm gonna become a brave warrior of the sea!
I'm gonna go to Disneyland. But yeah, no, this is
I'm gonna get
absolutely
a
great
rock.
point. This is a great
If
point.
somebody just comes in and is all like, I want to be a VTuber.
Okay,
but
that person's insane.
I will say, dude, your editing makes me jealous. I feel inadequate with my editing now.
End up doing the same job, but their stories will be completely different. Resolutions work similarly. The character may overcome many obstacles, but the resolution is linked to the main conflict.
I am Iron Man.
Of course, you could make a pretentious ending where you promise to resolve a conflict and then subvert our expectations by the character giving up and then going home. It's a resolution of some kind, just...
Yeah, you know, maybe one of these days we'll talk about The Last of Us, but it's not today, and it's not
might have to get Mac on.
Oh, God.
Oh, right. Remember, he made a video about that. Oh, my God.
He was bitching about The Last of Us in voice call for months before he made that video.
God. Also, I love the moment he said pretentious ending, and then was getting to some of that, my mind immediately flipped to Babylon.
Oh,
Yes,
my,
fuck
yeah.
me,
Oh.
dude.
Wait, is Ellie I Magase?
Yes.
No, I figured it out. This guy is Imagase. That's how he knows everything.
Oh, shit.
Oh my God.
That's how he's been teleporting all this time. We're on to you, man.
Well, on to you, woman.
All right, Ryan, question. Have you ever heard of the anime Babylon before?
If not, good. You're safe.
Yeah, you're safe. Don't look it up.
You're safe for now, but Magase is coming.
But if you don't want to be safe, you can watch our streams on it.
Yeah.
We had a fun time making them. We had a fun time making them suffer, and then also just eventually somehow stumbling our way into explanations about Christianity.
Yeah.
I was so
And
checked out
geopolitics.
toward the end of Babylon.
Yeah.
I really was.
No, just we were. We had to pay. I think we felt we had to pay attention to that.
God, the fucking president. Oh, God.
Yeah. Go into a show about go into a police procedural that eventually becomes about suicide, and then suddenly now you're talking about Christianity and international geopolitics.
Yeah, I was gonna say, have you ever seen the UN Security Council sitting around a table discussing if suicide is bad or not? It is the most surreal fucking experience, and it's awful.
Yes.
It's the most boring, pretentious shit.
Oh,
ever.
the gamer president. I forgot he was a fucking gamer.
Yeah, he's a gamer. He played.
Oh, it was the G7, right? Not the UN. Anyway.
Yeah, the G7.
It's typically not a satisfying one. The important thing to know is that the resolution is the end of the story. Once the conflict is resolved, that's it. And that's okay. You can start a new story, even if you want to use the same characters. It just means that a new conflict is needed.
I'm not the one. He is the one.
And yeah, there are many more tools beyond conflict and resolution. Wants versus needs, subtext, twist, and all that juicy stuff. But at the bare minimum, figure out if your story actually has a conflict and a resolution. That is the meat of your story, not how they look, the magic they use, or the world they're in. That's just the spice.
I usually throw in a whole banana. Then we're gonna add some protein. Now what I like to do, just for a little bit of taste, is add some protein. Then, can you add some protein and blend?
Number 5. Don't worry about season 5 when you haven't even finished the pilot.
Yep.
You got me thinking sequel here.
Alarms go off when I hear writers say, so I'm planning this big payoff in season 5, or this is going to be a 7-book series, especially when they haven't even finished their first draft. Sure, we all fantasize about our stories becoming big.
This has Phase 5 MCU written all over it.
I also, this is one of maybe like, of all the advice in this video so far, this is the one I'm probably the most guilty of. It's ironically not one that I suffer in fixing Ruby. That one I fly by the seat of my pants. I might write down a couple of notes ahead of time for certain volumes.
For now,
but like, oh
there's
god,
still more volumes to come.
I was gonna say, volume 10. If it's not out by the time we get to it, oh my god.
Yeah.
At that point, it's basically it's just being Half-Life 3'd.
It's freaking oh, why am I suddenly? It's Ross Scott fucking making Half-Life 3 just so he can finish Freeman's Mind. Which, by the way, if you haven't watched Freeman's Mind, go watch it. It's great.
This is the one where I'm like, yeah, no, this one hurt me a little bit. But it's not like I intended to make Cadence of Magic a whatever book series. I started with a premise, and then I didn't understand how I would write a specific character because he was building up to have this like really bad backstory. And I didn't know how to write that. So I went back and I went to write what he was like as a child and build up those experiences. So then that meant that would take multiple books. And then, of course, I had to come up with a resolution, and that would take more books. And I'm like, fuck.
Yeah. It's also I was also kind of laughing because I knew he's been using a Has-Been Hotel throughout this entire video, but it makes perfect sense to use it here, especially considering like when season 2 came out. It's like right before that they got announcements for seasons 3 and 4. We haven't even gotten season 2 yet.
That is a fucking plague.
Season 1 was like
that is a fucking plague these days, where these shows get one season and then they get renewed again and again. Like they get renewed for 2-3 seasons at a time. It's like, you guys are not Lord of the Rings. You guys are not Pirates of the Caribbean. Even Pirates of the Caribbean couldn't land quite on its feet with the 2 it shot back to back. You can't just presume that. Write one good story at a time. Keep it simple.
It's part of the reason why I really hate My Adventures with Superman, because like it wants to get to like those really big stories. It wants to do the Cadmus arc. It wants to do Brainiac and Invasion, and like
it wants to do For the Man That Has Everything. Oh my god! I forgot. Dude, when you showed me that episode, I wanted to fucking Roblox myself. What the fuck?
And then they only have 10 episodes each per season to do it. And like, at least for the main trio, you got a decent amount of characterization. You have like all these other characters who I know next to nothing about. There are like villains who suddenly become good guys the next season around, when the last time we saw them, they were fucking evil as shit. And it's because they have no time to do any of that, but they want to rush to that stuff because it's what everyone wants to see.
Romaine Trend, also don't be jealous. I'm a professional editor. I also did the intro for Drinkers Open Bar live stream. Okay, first, cool. Secondly, I'm a video content creator. It's my job to edit.
I'm also an editor. Not a very good one, but I do get paid for my editing work now.
Admittedly, I have improved.
But like,
hopefully I will have improved too. But
like again, like this goes back to freaking like again, everyone always said about Has-Been Hotel like, oh, we only had 8 episodes to do these things, but it's setting up so much stuff. Same for season 2. Hell of a Boss had this problem so bad as well. Like that's kind of why I checked out, despite kind of enjoying it almost halfway through season 2, because it's like, all right, we have a bajillion different plot points now. We introduced like the stuff with Stolas' family. We introduced like Moxie's mob boss father, and there's like a bunch of other stuff. We barely focused on any of the characters, and like almost none of these plot points have even been finished yet.
I need to.
And God, there's Ruby, where almost every volume should probably be like 1.5 times their length.
I want to address
minimum.
There's an important thing I want to address in here. Mumble Jumpy says, "But I like my Adventures of Superman." It's okay. It's okay. Now, this is a very important thing to realize about criticism. Even if something is poorly written, someone's going to like it. Someone unironically out there likes Sonichu. I don't know who. It might just be Chris Chan. But someone gets enjoyment out of it, even if it's poorly written. And that's okay. You are allowed to like things. This is always like one of the harshest things to realize as a critic is you can't make someone unlike something, and you can't like, I have no idea if like Black Ops is going to get another sequel after Black Ops 7, but like the point of roaming trend, I like Sonichu.
No! All right, you're not beating the furry allegations with that one. I'm gonna be honest.
So, like,
I mean, you can ironically like it. You can even enjoy it for the fact that it is an absolute mess. But to actually like it in the sense of like engaging critically with the characters, enjoying the processes, I don't understand how anyone.
It's hard to imagine, sure.
But yeah, like,
it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I get what Raymond's saying, because it's like criticism should never, is not meant to invalidate another person's experience. You should never attempt to do that. If you're trying to, you are dumb and an asshole. But like, fundamentally,
in fact,
criticism cannot. Not that it cannot, but it should not do that. If it does, that is unfortunate, but that's usually not.
That's
the
on
goal
you.
of it.
Was it
like a god?
Was it Yuri or who was it that I was in the voice chat and I was complaining about oh, why am I blanking on it? The rock anime.
Land of Lustrous. Land of Lustrous.
Yeah. And they're like, well, I like Land of the Lustrous, and I even like the ending, and it's like, oh, well, that's unfortunate. And then, like, just talking about all of the criticisms and all of the things that I hated about it, and he just sounded so sad.
Oh my
It's
god.
like, yeah, I understand.
Yeah, no.
It's like, you still like it.
Yeah,
It's
fine.
like these are still problems with it. The end of the manga.
To put it like, you can uncritically like something, but like that is always a double-edged sword, the criticism, because what criticism do is allows you to appreciate well-written things so much more. But on the flip side, it really can, for a lot of people, hurt your enjoyment of things that are poorly written that you used to enjoy. Like that happens, and it is the unfortunate and most dour part of the job of criticizing something.
Yes.
Like, I loved Ruby, and like I always thought there was something wrong with it, but I never thought too critically about it. Then I saw Fatman's video, it all clicked, and it disappointed me for the longest time. And then, at some point, I just, I did my whole fixing series, and I'm still going, but like I kind of let go of that. I don't hate the series. I never have. And like, it's for a lot of things.
Yeah.
I enjoy.
No, you fixer.
I was going to say, I enjoy The Last Jedi. I think The Last Jedi is an awful film, but simultaneously, I can turn off my brain and enjoy it on one end and then enjoy ripping into it on the other. I can do both simultaneously, and it becomes a fun little thing you can train yourself to do.
Yeah, I think this is goes at the fundamental problem in regards to like current writers and even like audiences in general these days, which is that people do not understand, or at least doesn't seem to understand, that two things can be true at the same time. Your work can be shit, but you can also improve from it by receiving decent criticism. Criticism can be bullshit, but there can be nuggets of truth within that criticism. You know, so just because somebody is like saying your work is dog shit doesn't mean that nobody should nobody isn't allowed to like it in general, etc., etc., etc. Like this goes down forward along that track.
Like liking something in spite. Liking something in spite of the issues is harder, but it's not impossible. Also, man, the Celtic. Maybe that's what I should do to stop hating Ruby. Fix it, because like up until that point, that was more like my trajectory. Just like I was loving it. By the time I got to Volume 4, I was like, oh, Volume 5's kind of bad. And then I watched the videos. I was like, oh, there were problems with a lot of it, and it kind of sucks to hear, but I kind of agree. And then the more I go on, and it's like, oh, by the time I get to Volume 7 through 9, no, I genuinely hate the show, or at least I hate most of it, and it has kind of ruined my experience with the show forever and how I talk about it.
But CBF, I never fixed Ruby, and I don't hate the show.
Yeah, exactly. I hate the show. And I have complicated feelings about it, and I'm passionate about it. My love turned to hate, and that's why I'm making a 3-part series.
And hate leads to suffering.
Let the hate flow through you.
I don't even know.
It's why I
by
think
the end of
wanted
next year.
To highlight something.
Sorry.
Oh no, Liubi was in the chat saying it was me. It was me.
It was me, Austin. I was the one that liked Landed Illustrious.
Yeah. I broke him on that, and I was like, I'm sorry, Luby.
Luby is the sketchy huntsman, and I mean this in the most complimentary way. He is the sketchy huntsman pet dog. He is super reliable. He's super kind, always happy to talk about his favorite things, but he's also very susceptible to being very negative stimuli. He can get sad. He's a very very good friend, and people love him in the sketchies. So yeah.
On that note, since I've been trying to say something that was actually on topic with what the video was talking, holding it for the whole tangent, and now I can't remember.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I should have spoken up. Okay, so what was the part of the video that we were on was right. Don't start until like season 5. Sorry. Going off of what you said, CBF, a little while back about Has Been Hotel, and kind of part of the reason why taking things slow, like even if there is a part that is in your mind, because like if you have like, we can't help if ideas pop into our heads and we're like, I want to make this thing happen. It can still be very valuable especially for people who will have the patience to set that aside and focus on like the here and now rather than what they assume could happen like 3-5 seasons down the line. And it's part of the reason why I completely lost interest in Has Been Hotel once it became an actual show, because for as many problems as there were with the pilot, I liked the concept where like in my mind, I was expecting what we basically have now is like a Smiling Friends kind of thing, where like each episode you could have like a new sinner has like something that they need to atone for. They come in and the people of the hotel help them work through it. And then by the end they smile and you get the Smiling Friends ding sound or something like that. And you could also slowly, but every once in so often sprinkle in like little bits of a much larger conflict with like heaven or whatever. But you could use that time to be able to develop all the other characters. And when I heard that like they were jumping straight to like something else entirely, I immediately lost interest in the series altogether.
I love how there's an A-plot in the video.
We did not come for the war between heaven and hell and all that stuff.
I love how there's
like a hell of a boss. We came for the show about people.
Sorry, I wanted to just comment because Roman translate. I love how there's an A plot the video and B plot Ruby. Looking forward to seeing how they tie into. Okay, yeah, Roman trend. You might be new around here, but we started this entire channel really started to kick off because of Ruby, so it's a major underlying factor in almost every single stream.
And it brought us all together.
Yeah,
it's like The Last Jedi.
But if you want to, we can probably do something at the end of the video where we tie it in with Ruby.
Yeah. I was going to say, like, just to kind of round this off, because the idea of, like...
These are all the advice that Miles and Gary should have gotten.
But I was going to say, like, it's the Final Fantasy 13 syndrome. Oh, the game gets good 20 hours in. And it's like, why can't it be good now?
Now.
Yeah.
Not tomorrow, not after breakfast.
Yeah.
Now.
It's like,
both of you owe me a soda.
Because like the reason why those like build-ups that you want to build up to in season 5 are good because you have all the extra stuff in between that actually build up to it. You can't blow your load and focus so much on the payoff. You have to think about all the stuff before that. In fact, if anything, if it's that far ahead, you need to completely get it and focus on what you have right here and now, so that you don't, when you do get that payoff, it doesn't feel absolutely disappointing.
Yeah, 20 hours is a huge investment for people.
It's why I couldn't get into Homestuck, even though that an in real life friend of mine said that I would really enjoy it. Homestuck.
Also,
it's like Act 1, man.
Also, on Ultimate Upgrade 914, the Amazing Digital Circus has gone more done in 7 episodes than however many episodes has been in Hell of a Half. Like, exactly.
Yeah,
that's actually very true.
You don't need long thing. You can just have short, to the point thing that does like interesting and complicated things. You don't need payoff in season 7. You can have payoff in episode 7.
Ruby didn't get a character arc in her own show until volume 9.
Yeah.
And it sucked.
It's even, whereas you watch something like The Mighty Nine made by Critical Role, and they established several character arcs all at once within the first 2 episodes.
I was going to say, and on top of that, its conclusion leads us to question if someone involved was Magase because of what it said about self-deletion.
And no, it also said that, Ruby was exactly fine. Perfectly fine the way she was.
The whole arc is that she doesn't have an arc because she's fine the way
the whole arc is that we're just back at square one. It's like,
no, Raymond, the secret owner of Rooster Teeth is Ayamagase. That's why all of their products.
Bernie Burns just takes off his mask.
Yes.
Yep,
Dude,
Ayamagase is like our lizard people.
What I just love is like it implies it's like I just love the implication she is just everyone. It's great.
Yeah.
Yes.
Stanley is Ayamagase. Anyway.
Successful hits spanning several movies, spin-offs, and even a video game franchise. That's normal, but those dreams should never interfere with the work of actually finishing a self-contained story. The hard truth is, if you're thinking 3 books ahead before finishing the first, you probably won't finish anything at all.
We have to just go with this plan. We don't even have 1 movie yet.
You'll overthink, spiral into analysis paralysis, and drop the project entirely. Worse, you'll ditch it for a shiny new idea and repeat the cycle all over again. And look, I get it. You think you got a great character or concept, and your brain explodes with possibilities. You don't want your story to be some one-and-done fantasy novel collecting dust in a bargain bin. You want it to be the next Game of Thrones. That's fine. Ambition is great. But writing with that expectation in mind is where things start to fall apart. You probably heard this idea before, but ideas are cheap. You'll have thousands of those by the time you finish your first draft. What's not cheap, however, is time. That's the real resource. Being a writer isn't just about idea generation, but about curation and execution. Instead, keep it small, keep it tight, make something complete, and if people like it, great, then you scale. But what if you don't set anything up for a sequel? Here's the secret. You probably did. If you wrote a good story with strong characters, a compelling world, and a memorable tone, readers will want more. No one is asking for mystery boxes or MCU-style setup. They just want to go back to that world. So
I was going to say, okay, even then, like, the strongest arc in the MCU, unquestionably, is the first one. The very first arc is like between Iron Man and Avengers is considered a very strong story. And the setup they had was small. They every single movie that connected one to the other wasn't this big like cameo popping in. It was usually just, first movie, it was Coulson and Fury. And then and then the Hulk, it was Tony Stark. And then in Captain America, it was Fury again. In Thor, it was Hawkeye and Coulson. It's just like adding gradually over time. I think the worst of it was Iron Man 2, where they introduced Black Widow and Fury, and they were more prominent characters, and it was much more about forming the Avengers. But like the building blocks were all relatively small, and when they were there, they were typically in service to what happened in the actual narrative itself. They weren't just there to like kind of be forced in there as a advertisement for an upcoming film, because that next film, what ends up happening is that film is also an advertisement for another upcoming film, which becomes an advertisement for another you never, it's like fucking edging. You never get to the orgasm.
It's even worse. No, Raymond, it's even worse than that, because like once it becomes
worse than edging, what the fuck?
Well, because once it becomes ingrained in the audience that that's basically what a lot of these are, is just like build up to like the big Avengers event and there's nothing really there, then you have instances like where people just completely lose interest in what's happening, like with Kojima, or where he tried to get into the fourth Captain America movie. He had no idea what was fucking happened because he skipped Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Yep.
Yeah. Or alternatively, you have the problem of like the DCEU, where it's like, oh, they shot their shots.
They just jump right into Avengers.
They did the opposite of edging. They just fucking speed ran the process.
Let's just kill Superman.
They
Oh, like, all right. They're thinking like this big movie plan. It's like, oh, we don't have anything. We have
we just did Death of Superman 3 episodes in.
Superman.
Yeah,
basically League after like 1 or 2 movies each.
Yes.
Yeah. And the experience you can deliver. Don't bloat it with setups or things that might never come. Many comments under my Husband Hotel video said that the reason why the story suffered was because Amazon only gave Vivzy 8 episodes. Sorry, but that's not an excuse. 8 episodes is about 184 minutes. The Godfather was 175. Runtime.
Well,
holy
not only
fuck!
That, but
oh my, was that?
But not only that,
I completely didn't realize it was that comparative. Oh my god!
Holy shit, that's crazy. Yeah, but like, also, fact of the matter is, you get told what the runtime you have for a series is ahead of time, usually, anyways. So your job as the writer at that point is to scale down your fucking ideas. It's sort of why I've always been kind of in the middle when it comes to giving Miles and Carrie shit in regards to like what they do with Ruby. I know everything comes back to Ruby, because I understand that writing the way they do when they have to make a season every single goddamn year is insanely tough, and I don't think that should ever be the standard at all in the first place. But y'all are the motherfuckers that didn't even complain about that standard, as far as we know. So I expect y'all to be able to handle it if y'all really, really wanted things this way. If you didn't, you could have easily asked Gray or somebody else in company to be like, hey, maybe we could like give us a little bit more time.
I was gonna say, what's wild about something like Ruby and something about Husband Hotel, you have an install base. You have a captive audience, for lack of a better term. You know you're going to get a certain number of views. What happens if you take a little bit more time? You know they're not going anywhere. You have a bunch of other content supporting the backbone of your company, so you have the time. Develop it. Make it fucking good for one season, and then word of mouth will expand. It will maybe even double or triple that fan base, and now you've got them. And then you say, okay, we're taking 2 years, we'll come out. Arcane, for all of its writing problems in season 2, everyone was fucking ready to wait 4 years for that show to get season 2, because season 1 built up that much goodwill. The fact that it squandered it later is completely irrelevant. What I'm saying is that first season sold people so hard, and the reputation was so prevalent that
we were willing to wait.
And we were willing to wait because we realized that time makes quality, or at least it should. And then Arcane became a very, very painful lesson.
Well, I guess
I would say,
version. Oh god.
Sorry, just to go back to the video for a sec. If I would say like one small point of criticism, this is just a nitpick, really. Because I said that all these different media types are different languages, I don't know if it's quite comparable to have a TV show be compared to a movie because, again, they are set up a little bit differently.
It would probably be a bit stronger to compare it with another show of a similar length season.
Like,
the Amazing Digital Circus so far.
One of the comparisons that I made was RWBY to Eureka 7 because Eureka 7 is a 52 episode anime, and it is of comparable length to what RWBY is right now. And like it just shows like how much you can do with Eureka 7 in comparison to this other show. And I would say it should be the same thing with like Has Been Hotel. Like compare it to something of similar length that is
like
of the same...
Invincible. Actually, what's the runtime of Invincible's first season? Hold on.
Yeah, if Invincible's first season is the same length,
or
like or also like the
which
first
is kind of like
volume of RWBY.
That's also kind of an interesting thing too, is that like you say like 8 episodes is a lot. You can do quite a bit in 8 episodes. And I mean, granted, so these examples are just 2 episodes longer, but like Common Side Effects, Primal, in fact, a lot of Genndy Tarkovsky's like best works, those are 10 episodes. And I mean, granted, again, that's 2 episodes longer, but like there's still so much that they do. And in case of the latter, Primal is mostly silent.
Okay.
Very few people, if anyone, talks.
Okay, Invincible is not comparable because the first season is 397 minutes. So you can't use that.
Okay.
I think.
All right, but again, like this is something I got into with RWBY. Also, to be fair, they did get that extension for Volume 3, but that was a special case, probably because of like all the chaos going after Monty's death. That never got to happen for Volume 4, even though that production was a gigantic shit show. I have no idea how that survived and became as relatively good as it was. But like
I was gonna say, even more comparative is probably Smiling Friends. They get 8 episodes. They get 80 minutes per.
I was about to say.
They don't even get the full half hour. They get like 10, 12-minute long episodes.
Yeah, I just looked up Smiling Friends. The runtime of the first season is 100 to 110 minutes.
That's as long as RWBY Volume 1.
Yeah. And I was going to say, like, what's amazing about Smiling Friends is it comes off as an episodic show, but then the final episode actually provides us, like, proof that there is continuity and that there are character arcs going on. There is a story and narrative going on with people, and the end resolves it. So the first season is actually a self-contained entity. And then every season thereafter has stealthily laid building blocks in a serialized fashion, yet it is still an episodic show. It balances all these elements really well that it sounds like Has Been Hotel could pick up from.
Oh my god. Dude, guys, guess how long Castlevania Season 1's runtime is?
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, because that's 5 episodes, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Guess how long it is.
12 minutes.
Okay, one at a time. Raymond, you.
12 minutes.
Wow, you checked out that quickly, dude.
Damn.
Jesus. CBF.
127.
Pete?
2 hours, 10 minutes.
Okay, Twilight?
I'll go say 180.
Okay, the closest is, I believe, CBF. It's around 90 to 100 minutes.
Wow.
1.5 hours.
Yeah, so yeah, again, literally.
And that's arguably the best season of the entire series. Has Been Hotel couldn't compare to that, apparently, from what I know.
Like, just within that one season, you get, even though Belmont and Dracula never actually meet, like the two basically have like dichotomous arcs in that one, where you have one who sees the bad in humanity and completely gives up on them and wants to destroy the entire world. The other who also was betrayed by humanity, but is eventually, shown to see the good in it and decides to stand up and finally be the vampire hunter that he actually is. They did so much in so little time in that season.
Yep.
Yeah. But like, oh man, this is something I talked about a lot in RWBY Part 1, where it's like Volume 1, they have like a focused first half relatively, and then the back half, it just becomes a series of practically disconnected stories where it's like, all right, we're reigniting the conflict between Ruby and Weiss. Now we're following these other 4 characters we barely got to know, and now suddenly they're having a conflict that could tear their team apart. What's up with that? That takes 4 chapters, and now we have like 2 chapters to resolve the conflict that has been technically brewing since episode 1 and 2.
I was gonna say, Batman's opening line for his review is, Ruby's biggest problem is that it doesn't have a plot, and that's true. Like volume,
Yes.
I always ache in this. Volume 1 is just the meat with no skeleton. Volume 2 is a skeleton with very little meat. Volume 3 is a weird half and half where the front half is all meat and the back half is all skeleton. And then Volume 4 is finally someone got the idea to put meat on the skeleton, and they just didn't have enough of both.
It's still
describing Volume 1 as all meat but no skeleton implies that it is remotely edible.
Yeah, but also like that reminds me of like his line from Volume 4 review where it's just like, it's like someone saw this, like that being like the concept of the plot progression, the 3-act structure, and decided, wow, this will revolutionize storytelling, and they did it 5 times.
Yeah.
And that's why that's the best volume. Batman.
All right.
Let's move on.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Time is runtime. Whether it's a show or a movie, it's your job to make it count. Believe me, it's much easier to make something great when you focus on what you have instead of fantasizing about what you might get.
You stink. But perhaps that is my fault.
Number 6, writing gurus won't turn you into a writer.
Yes!
Ironic coming from me, but I don't even want to consider myself a writing guru. I'm not.
I'm not the Messiah! I say you are, Lord, and I should know I followed a few!
I'm not here to say...
Oh my god! That's a deep cut!
I find it very interesting, too, how, like, because there was once a time when I thought that, the best way for me to be able to learn how to write stories, like, figure out all these, like, writing gurus. I remember in college, I had a professor who actually wrote a few books, and I talked to him, and, like, there was one time when I finally got him down, and I wanted to ask him, like, his advice for, like, writing a book, and he just said, read more. And there was, like, an awkward pause there, which he was deliberate with, and, like, but, like, it's true. You learn a lot more. I mean, like, sure, there's always bounce ideas off of you can talk with, and they can give you critique and help you improve and all that kind of stuff, but, like, ultimately actually getting into the medium that you are trying to create is, like, that's a lot more than, like, anyone can teach you how to do.
Yeah. Like, I watched a lot of these writing gurus, especially on YouTube and stuff, but, like, I already had the fundamentals down. I do need to get back into reading books. It's something that I haven't done in a while, ever since going off to college. But, like, again, at best, any of those, even us who are talking about writing advice and stuff like that, and we do that frequently, all we can do is just give you some vague advice, because at the end of the day, your story is going to have a unique journey to how it was written. Not everything is going to be perfectly fit to how you do your work. The best that we can do is just offer some tips and tricks, but the only way to actually become a good writer is to read a lot. Which is why I say that it is a shame. I said it at the very beginning of the stream that, like, you need to have those fundamentals. If you want to be a writer, you have to read.
Yeah,
if you want to be a good actor, you should do theater.
Maybe part of the reason why, because it makes me question near the beginning of the stream, like the curriculum and them, and like, I guess the system not really breeding new writers. I'm sorry, I that's a weird way to say it. Like, but sort of like grooming. That's even
producing,
worse, arguably producing. There we go. Some
we got there.
Some decent writers. I think maybe part of it might be because reading has become a far less honored skill. Maybe, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Like, again, I do have a friend. I do have a friend that, like, graduated with a writing degree from the UK. And he's told me some things every so often, but I had never really asked about the specific curriculum. That'd be something I have to ask him to look into.
I was going to say,
I
my recommendation for a writer, read good books to know how to do execution well. Read bad books to generate new ideas. And always be writing. Like, write. Get in the habit of writing. I am bad at this, for the record. I'm speaking authoritatively as someone who can't take his own damned advice. But the more you write, the more you will discover not just how you can make something good, and you'll be able to actually throw that at someone and have it thrown back at you with critiques, but you can start to actually form your own style. You can actually start to form your own unique voice that can stand out amongst the crowd.
I've gotten him into more writing lately through role plays. I've poked him and I prodded him and I've forced him to write more through role plays.
Yep. And well, I'm also like, I do different types of writing. One thing that I've been doing a lot recently is because I coach mock trial at my alma mater. And I have been working up basically legal documents like crosses and directs and openings and closings. That's a type of writing that a lot of people don't think about. Look into like, oh my God, thinking of Shad and his fucked up legal system. But like, once you understand the law to some degree, like the basics of it, you start to understand where things come from. Building a society and building a story in that society, you don't just say, oh, murder is wrong. You go into the fundamentals of why is murder wrong? What is it considered? What is considered murder in my society? There's an interesting fact. Oh, there's a movie about missionaries going to South America. It has Liam Neeson in one of his earliest roles. And that film opens with one man killing his brother over a dispute. And it was in Spain, and I want to say the 1800s, maybe like 1900, early 1900s. And at the time, legally, that was permissible. If two brothers had a dispute, killing one killing the other was actually not considered a crime. It was considered just a familial dispute. And that's a fascinating mindset that you can take into a society. So it's one of those things that when you start studying these things and start practicing these types of writing, you start to grow as a writer in different directions you never knew existed.
This is what I'm pretty sure people mean when they say write what you know.
Yes.
Because they don't mean just write about your everyday life. Because I've seen people say shit like that, and it makes me so mad. But when they say write what you know, write about the things that you've learned about. Write about the experiences that you have had personal encounters with. If you have met somebody who is very interesting and you learn about their story, then write about that. If you have gone on a wiki walk and learned about the history of feudalism in Japan or whatever, you can write about that. You just write things that you know about. And because you're going to enjoy writing about it, you're going to have all of this knowledge and you can modify it to fit the kind of story that you want to write about.
Yeah,
anyway, just my little
And
rant.
he didn't even look up the Wikipedia page of the comic the movie is adapting. I don't know exactly what you guys are talking about. I imagine your people are yelling about Critical Drinker because that's what the topic is in chat right now. But here's a hot take that shouldn't be hot at all. If something is adapting another thing, you should always look at the adaptation in isolation first. Is it a good thing? Is it a good is it a good movie? Then you can have a conversation about whether it's a good adaptation. Sometimes amazing movies come out of bad adaptations.
Yeah, it's actually funny you bring that.
Right
a while back, the stream that Kaiser, CBF, and Bio Gundam did for Devil May Cry and Netflix, the periodic cast. It's because a big reason why I said that anime was so shit is because I've never played Devil May Cry. I don't know anything about Devil May Cry. But that anime sucks on its own. It doesn't matter that it's bad adaptation. And it's interesting too because there are a lot of movie stuff that people don't realize are adapting something. Case in point, a couple Team Jack podcasts ago when Twy, you and Raymond said that you guys were gonna watch Die Hard at some point, and I brought up how Die Hard is based
on a book. Yeah,
you didn't even know that. And it's that same kind of thing. Is that all of us probably already watch things in isolation from the things that they're based on. The idea that and I mean, it's not to say that you can't still compare it to the original, and that it can't still be valuable to compare it to what it is, what it's adapting, because even if it is still good, at the very least, it should be at least just as good as the one before. Even if it's still good, it would be a little disappointing if it wasn't as good. But it should still be, it should still be possible to judge it on its own merit and that kind of stuff. And granted,
I was gonna say I Am Legend with Will Smith, or the superior version,
that was
I
based
Am
on the
Leg.
book.
But the I especially the original ending for that film, I really like it. It's a really good film.
I love that film.
It has its problems, but it conveys the soul of the original, especially with the original ending, which you can find, I think, in some sites. I don't. It's not on the DVDs, unfortunately, but it's one of those adaptations that it's not true to the novel in terms of actual details, but it is very true to the spirit. And that's kind of the important part of a lot of adaptations. And it's already a good Animal Farm. Don't get me started on that Animal Farm trailer. Do not get me fucking started. How to Train Your Dragon is nothing like the original novels.
Isn't it also a bit? I've not read The Shining, the book, but I've been told that it's very different.
Yes, absolutely. Stephen King despises the Kubrick Shining.
Yeah, I've heard so much about that.
And
it's
a masterpiece.
Most Renaissance and pre-Renaissance Disney animated movies.
Yeah. Roman Trend, yes, we actually took note of the Devil May Cry sticker.
Yeah, same. And it's funny
when it first showed up.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because Pete also brought that up, because it's on my end of the spectrum, I played all the games. I liked some of them, and I'm this adaptation, it barely gets it at most gets kind of the main character down pat, and almost nothing else. So not only does it not work as a show in general, outside of some fun action sequences, but it's a swing and a miss when it comes to adapting the very spirit and ideas of the games, let alone when it tries to do its own thing. So it's all in all a bad adaptation and a bad show.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's continue on.
Workshops or ebooks on how to write. There is far better learning material out there by academically acclaimed authors like Dave Trottier, Robert Mackey, and David Bordwell. The truth is, people often get so hooked on the fantasy of becoming a writer that they forget to write. They watch hundreds of videos, memorize all the storytelling tricks, and nod along like experts. But when it's time to actually sit down and write something...
I'm in this video, and I don't like it.
It's the same time people who read How to Become a Millionaire in 30 Days, or go to seminars on how to 10x your money. Spoiler alert, they don't work.
Yeah, you know how they get rich is they sell those fucking books.
Or YouTube guru classes.
You gotta watch out.
How to become a successful content creator.
You gotta
based on me when I did it in 2018.
You gotta watch out for the gurus that are literally just in it to be gurus, because they're not actually teaching.
Yes,
that's all they're doing.
Which
okay.
At first I felt Local Script Man wasn't that kind of person, but I guess the issue wasn't that he was necessarily scamming people, because what advice he was giving was actually really, really good advice before he just went off the fucking deep end. It just turned into just a fucking defense mechanism after he failed in Hollywood.
There is an example of this again in the book community. There was a writer who started a YouTube channel. She had a lot of writing advice on her channel, and she talked about how she spent a lot of years as an editor in the professional traditional publishing industry. So she knew her stuff. And people wanted to watch her videos because she had this authority of being in the traditional publishing space. And then her book came out. And she even had the guru thing where it's buy my advice package and it'll help you become a really good writer. And then again, her book came out. and it was really bad. Her book was awful. She did not take a lot of her own advice. She did not know how to form a coherent story. A lot of the things that she focused on was the aesthetic, was of the fact that the characters were LGBT, but she didn't form like very good character dynamics between these characters. So a lot of people were just like, oh my god, it was like the spell was broken. And I'm like, yeah, just because you have a lot of experience in the writing industry doesn't make you a good writer.
Yeah,
that's the other thing too, is like for those kinds of people like, make their living, or even like just a majority of their, even if they do still write, you know, a book or two every now and again, be very cautious of like the kinds of people who are known most of all for being a guru. I know that like Raymond already said this before, but like just kind of expanding on it, is that bear in mind, especially if they're trying to sell you something, that means that like they make their living off of being a guru. And that living only happens when people, you know, buy their shit that has their advice in it. Well, people are only going to keep buying their books and, you know, taking their courses and stuff if they still have something to learn. And if they gave away all the important secrets and stuff that actually taught them how to do that, they're not going to want to come there anymore.
We got more.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tiny Executive.
Also, I will very quickly say, no matter what, like no matter how much advice you have, no matter how many times you read or write, your first published book is going to kind of be bad.
Yep.
That's just the nature of things. Even with us, our first books, my first book is gonna probably be a bit bad. Raymond's book,
I haven't read it. My first book was bad. I took it down because, you know, honestly, not over. The second book is okay at best. Like I fully recognize it's not a whirlwind, blown out of the water, epic like excitement thing. It was a simple story I wanted to just get back on my feet with, and it stays there. It's nothing world shattering.
Are we only counting our published books?
No, no. Go ahead.
Guess so, yeah.
What the fuck?
Also,
but yeah, just like critics in general, just like a lot of this applies to critics. Like a lot of us are critics, and like again, like Raymond just showed you an example, like right there. Like just because we know how to critique stories doesn't necessarily mean we know how to make them, or we'll be able to apply them when we make them.
Yeah, because that's you're going at things from a different perspective. You're on the outside looking in and writing a story. You're mainly in reverse, which is fine as long as you're self-aware about it and are willing to improve.
Exactly.
1 minute, I'm arguing with Ryan Carson that.
Well,
no, I'm arguing. Yeah, no, it's SerialNavelgazer is finally dressed for the season. I always wondered why he wasn't sweating during the hot seasons, but I guess the air conditioning in the Jester's Fiat is actually pretty good. Also, I don't know if you saw the meme there, Kaiser.
Oh yeah, I forwarded it to the
good,
Jack
good.
Dart. Also, is that supposed to be like Jester from the Mighty Nine?
No, that's Nimi. She's a VTuber.
Astro Boy, not what I'm called.
Well, she had a react like when it was revealed the new Mega Man game.
Yeah.
It popped open and she was like, oh, Astro Boy, and everyone was just beaming on that. I don't know if that was genuine.
It was so funny.
Anyway.
If
Seminars
that
can
was
wear you
genuine,
out.
that's adorable.
Anyone serious about becoming a millionaire isn't wasting their time at seminars. They're already building businesses, taking risks. If people think they can get rich in 30 days just by reading a book, they're probably not ready for it. Why? Because they're chasing a shortcut to something that only comes with practice and discipline. Same goes for writing. There are no shortcuts, no exact how-to manuals. And anyone claiming otherwise is probably trying to sell you something. Yes, you should build up your literacy skills and storytelling fundamentals. You should read books, watch movies, explore different narrative media, but don't just consume it passively with a second monitor playing while you scroll on your phone. Study them, analyze them. Ask yourself, what was the creator trying to do with the scene? Why did it matter in the story?
Write that down, write that down!
That's where...
Who was it that proposed that there was like a killer app that every story should have? There was some video we just watched like a week or two ago.
What, you mean the Death Note app? You said you were after for a killer app.
No idea.
God damn it. Are you talking about what's his name that made a video about Zelda? Was that the guy who did that?
Maybe. God, I am blanking on this because I remember we like had a knee-jerk reaction across the whole panel of just what? No, that's not what every story needs. It was someone. Was it like it was so recent? Oh God, why am I blanking on this?
Was an ad? Was it a sponsor for World Anvil?
No. It was like a writing advice thing. They were saying like, oh, if you want to quickly improve every single story you make, you should do this. And it's like, no, that's a terrible piece of advice.
Was it that one tier list video about Ruby criticisms? I forget.
No, definitely wasn't.
Trauma? It might have been Trauma. No, it wasn't Lily. I would remember if it was Lily.
Yeah, Lily doesn't get sponsors.
Nah.
Well, it wasn't a sponsor. It might have been Just Right. Yeah, it might have been.
Yeah, I think it was Just Right. Maybe
he said
it's probably Just Right.
Maybe.
Was it in Korra or Avatar? No, it was the backstory thing. It was the Avatar backstory thing.
Right.
He was saying that like you should add trauma in the backstory.
Yes.
And
yes.
that was it. Oh,
yeah,
God,
that was wild.
We got there.
Eventually.
Those aforementioned books come in. They help you recognize those intentions faster, but they won't do the work for you. The rest, well, that's just life. Learning new things, making friends, making enemies, falling in love, falling apart, succeeding, failing, going out and experiencing the world. This is where the write what you know advice actually starts to make sense. If all you know is how to sit in your room and play Fortnite, you're going to struggle to write something meaningful. If you want your stories to have depth, you need to go out and gather experiences. Are you writing about martial artists? Go take a martial arts class. Writing about food? Go cook something. Writing about a long journey through a fantasy wilderness? Go hiking or camping. Go to a medieval castle and take in the experience of being in such a building. Pay attention to the way your body feels, the things you notice, and the thoughts that pop up. Think about how those sensations and experiences could work their way into your story.
What inspired
I do want to say the whole I agree with this like 100%, but I also feel like someone who like does spend all day playing Fortnite could, take inspiration from that to write that, because if they're the kind of person who learns to grow from that and actually takes this guy's advice, maybe they could end up using that kind of experience of their own apply to the story of someone who also grows in the same
And then
kind of way.
Peter Griffin very gently caressed Vi's cheek and
So
said,
they're gonna be able to write a better version of Ready Player One.
Yes.
It's
Will
actually
we get a better movie than Ready Player One?
I was gonna say that's the only thing Ready Player One got right.
Killer idea, the idea of the wall.
Well, it was Hadrian's Wall, actually. In 1981, 10 years before I even dreamed of writing these books, I visited England for the first time, and we came to Hadrian's Wall, or the bit that remains to it. And it was fall, it was getting dark and cold in England and Scotland, and I stood up there, and the wind was blowing, and the sun was going down, and I looked off, and I tried to imagine what it was like to be a Roman legionary from Italy or North Africa or the Near East, who'd been sent to this really cold place on the edge of the world, and who knew what the hell was beyond there.
But you know what's the hard part? Paying attention to your own experiences. It's kind of like how a skater looks at
I
a
have
set
an
of
example of this, actually. So during COVID, when we were in lockdown, I was living with my grandparents, and my grandmother loved hummingbirds, absolutely adored them. She had like 6 hummingbird feeders around the house at all times. We had like 30 hummingbirds at the house at all times. And she was in a bad state then. Like, she had issues with her legs, so sometimes she would ask me to make the sugar water for the hummingbirds. And as I was doing that, I was also watching this YouTube channel at the time. There were these 2 guys who talked about living in China and all of the issues about China, like for good or for bad, all this kind of stuff. And as I was just thinking about it, I started to imagine this fantasy story about a girl who just made hummingbird feed for her grandmother, and just like what I was doing. And then she gets kidnapped by the fairies because, unbeknownst to her, she was a political pawn in a war between the fairies who rode on hummingbirds as their steeds in the war. that's the premise for the Hummingbird Feeder, the story that I'm going to work on after I finish Cadence of Magic.
Yee.
Nice.
Want to write about sibling relations? Then Lily, stay away from your sister.
Yeah.
Stairs. For most people, stairs are just stairs. For skaters, it's a setup for new tricks. It's the same for writers. Something plain and ordinary can become something fantastic, something incredible. Practicing this mindset will improve your writing far more than any top 10 ways to make your character interesting videos ever could. Some of those videos might be helpful, but I wouldn't get too hooked on them. I wouldn't bother with the ebooks, the character sheets, or whatever else they're selling.
You can start throwing in random stuff once you get to the second page. Like,
Right.
There might be some good writing advice, but they might not be for you. And in the end, that's all there is. Just you. And because it's just you, you gotta remember one last thing.
Well, also just Monica, but neither here nor there.
Number 7. Less
And just
talky,
right.
more righty. My absolute favorite rule for new writers, and one many in my Discord have heard me say. Less talky, more righty. Nothing irks me more than people who only talk about writing but never do it.
Should I be the one writing about this? I think it should be me.
And just do it. Stop talking about it, for God's sake.
The Brian Griffins of the world, who won the title of writer but never write anything.
the guy in the
I tend to leave-
thumbnail.
I was gonna say,
it's a guy in the thumbnail.
One of the things that I experience, and it's so painful, is I want to talk about my stories. But what I find is the more I talk about my stories, the less interested I am in actually writing them. It's a weird double-edged sword because I want feedback and to grow as a writer, so talking about it seems natural. But at the same time, there's something about the initial conveyance of the idea that it feels like I'm expelling it, if that makes any sense. It's not that someone else is stealing it. It's the fact that I am kind of releasing it before I should. And I'm trying to, like, I don't know how to describe it. It feels like basically I'm just firing too early.
It's like it's like that initial burst of creativity that would otherwise be best spent, writing it down for the first time is instead spent on like something else. And then when you come time to actually write it, you're just kind of like out of gas.
Yeah, it's not
just
as
like,
bad.
I think I've heard of a similar effect where it's just like something in your brain, like when you talk about it to a certain point, it's like it's almost like your brain is tricking itself into thinking it's accomplished the thing.
Yes, that's exactly it. Like, oh, my job is done here. And it hasn't happened very recently. Then again, I've recently been, well, in the last year or two, I've finally gotten medication for ADHD. And my God, the difference that it makes. There is a strong period of like 4 or 5, maybe 5 to 6 hours where I'm like, oh my God, this is what normal people feel like? What the fuck?
We did it, Patrick. We wrote the book.
But yeah, it's one of those things. Just write it. Just get it down. Get it done.
Yeah. It can be the opposite for me.
Yeah, Raymond just gotten the the normal person patch,
I sometimes feel like I need to either lock in or maybe consider, I don't know, maybe someday in the future, seeing what taking Adderall is like when it comes to this stuff. Maybe I'll actually be able to get some of my projects done in less than 2 months.
Yeah. Sometimes it can be the opposite for me. Like talking about my work will make me want to write it more because like I've hyped myself up about it. It's like I'm now getting excited talking about it. And because I don't have the thing physically in my hand, now I'm motivated to get the thing physically in my hand. So then that motivates me for like, I don't know, maybe a week or two.
Yeah, but I'm guessing that like most people's brains aren't really wired like that. Especially most writers, I guess. So yeah, this advice is generally much more useful for them.
Silverhaired Freak, absolutely not. You are frying your brain with a stimulant. One, my psychiatrist is very much on top of, like, we do monthly check-ins. We very much discuss my feelings. There have been points where it's been overpowering the stimulant that I was on, and we needed to really dial it back. That was a really bad time for me because I got so little done. Because we tried to do a non-stimulant and I just fell asleep taking it. But it's so far it has only been a positive in terms of like getting things done. And some people need it, man. It's absolutely true. Some people need it. I understand the worries. I was very nervous about it myself. I'm still very nervous. At the very least, I know I'm not addicted to it, because I regularly almost forget to take it. So it's I don't think that's
that's a good sign.
But yeah, so just remember, everyone's got a different thing going on. Zim the Despot says, "Oh wow, this is exactly what I've experienced. Trying to find motivation to finish the project I've started." Yep.
Yeah, motivation is always going to be a hard thing to sort of climb, but the more it's like this guy said, it's like a muscle. The more you do it, the more you actually do it, the more that you can, you'll get used to actually, keeping up that pace and keeping up that motivation. Like if you really feel like you want to talk about your thing that you're excited to talk about, maybe cut up in certain segments, like plan out this week or this however so much time that like you're going to write.
Or set a goal for how much.
Yeah, if you succeed at that goal, you can probably tell people what you came up with.
Sometimes for video editing, I try to set a goal of how many minutes can I try to get done every day.
Yeah.
It doesn't always help, but sometimes it does.
I find that
there is a pin in the Tundra server in the writing corner where I have resources for all of these different writing tools to help you write or keep track of your writing, all that kind of stuff. It was mainly done because NaNoWriMo is no longer a thing. You can look it up right now. The website does no longer exist. It's kind of funny and kind of sad.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Yeah. The company is completely, or the charity, I should say, is completely dead and gone. Drove themselves into the dirt because of AI, but well, also other things that are much more egregious, but I'm not going to talk about them. But there are all these different alternative resources to help you keep track of your words, keep track of like how often that you do stuff. I was using it for a while. I did fall off on my writing. I'm stuck currently at exactly 80,000 or 83,000 words from my first draft of my novel. I'm very far behind. I was supposed to finish my novel by my birthday, which is still a couple of months away, but I'm not going to finish that goal now.
Start your project with an outline. That's perfectly fine. I find outlines very effective for getting through, getting a work set up and ready to go. In fact, what I find is like I use the outline as a skeleton, and I just keep filling in as I go, where I go back over it once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times until I've got an actual full body.
Yeah, there's.
I have heard of the snowflake method, where you are writing an outline, but you are building on that outline.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is the snowflake method, where you write something very basic. It can be even something as simple as a single sentence, and then you turn that sentence into a paragraph, and then you turn that into 10 paragraphs, and then you turn that into 3 chapters, and then you turn that into a whole book.
And then you make the millions of dollars, yes.
Yep.
Those are their delusions. The bigger problem is the never ready type.
Okay, here we go. Here we go.
The ones who ask a million questions about how to write a great story, but never start because they think they don't know enough or they haven't reached some imaginary threshold. But Trend, I want to be sure I'm doing it right before I begin. That's like saying I want to get fit before I join the gym. You join it to get fit. You write so you can get good at writing. I get it. The fear of failure makes people want to prevent mistakes before they happen. But how can you fix a mistake you haven't made yet? It's a useless exercise that keeps you from ever starting. The only people who don't make mistakes are the ones who never try. And that shouldn't be you. Funny enough, this phrase actually came from a Muay Thai coach in Thailand. When I hit the pads, I tried to ask about my technique, but he'd simply say, less talk, more hit. At first, I thought he'd want me to hit perfectly rather than just hit. But here's the secret. Sometimes just hitting the pads is better than obsessing over hitting them right. You're building attributes, discipline, and instincts. Technique can be refined over time. A good coach will spot your flaws and adjust your training, but you have to keep hitting the pads. They can't help you if you sit on the bench talking about your style. You have to step into the ring. And yes, they'll whack you when you drop your guard or trip you when you're off balance. But that's how you learn, by failing, by stumbling. Writing works the same way. I'd love to answer every question, but if you haven't written anything, my advice is meaningless. How do you write your characters more interesting? I don't know. I can't judge a character that doesn't exist. How do you pace your story? No idea. Without a story, there's nothing to pace. See what I mean? Without work on the page, there's nothing to analyze. At this stage, it's not about writing well, it's about writing. It's your pad workout. It trains your skills, builds your discipline, and gives others something to critique so you can improve. You don't need to fix every writing mistake, just yours. So yeah.
Also,
I just want to...
Well,
you go ahead.
Yeah,
Go first.
my point of this is, one thing that you may be like, well, I don't have a coach. Well, I don't have a gym. It's like, yes, you do.
You don't need one.
You can find writing workshops at so many different places, typically at like not colleges, but like trade schools, that kind of thing. You can find them in your area. If you live near a local college, look into their writing programs. They might have creative writing classes. You don't have you don't necessarily have to pay for them. Just approach the professor for that class and be like, "Hey, do you mind if I sit in? Do you mind if I participate?" They won't give you a grade, they won't give you a diploma, but you can actually use it to cut your teeth if they're amenable to letting you join. And trust me, most artistic types are going to be like, "Yeah, man, come on, it'd be fun."
Yeah. And of course, you know, like things have never been more convenient online. Of course, you have to be careful as to, you know, which avenues you're going to go at that from. But a lot of, you know, of these same courses have online classes. So you can ask if you can sit in an online session. That way you don't have to leave your place because it's not really convenient. Same difference.
Yep.
Yep. Less talky, more righty. There you have it. 7 ego-shattering tropes I think every writer needs to hear. Maybe I stripped some of the glamour from writing, but that's probably for the best. It takes time, effort, and commitment. Decide if it's worth investing in, because there are many other creative paths you can take to express yourself. But if you do want to write, fall in love with the idea of taking people on a journey, whether it's fantasy, sci-fi, romance, coming of age, or anything in between. It's not about how intellectual you are, how many books you read, or how clever or cool your characters are. It's about making someone care about a world that exists only in their imagination, and for characters who live only on the page. If the thought of that gets you hyped, good. Then I can tell you the 8th secret truth that you need to know. Number 8. You're not alone in this race. As much as writing feels like a solitary pursuit, like jogging.
Wait, I'm not the only writer in the world?
No,
I'm not the only
you're
shit.
not.
What? This is a revelation. I didn't know you guys wrote books. Why did you never tell me?
What? I don't write. What the fuck are you talking about? I just do a
Raymond,
podcast.
you wrote a book?
Oh, should
I wrote a book? What? When did that happen?
You guys are going to tell me that you're friends with a book. This is crazy.
Oh my
Yeah, we're friends with a book. We don't write books.
Friends is a loose word for it. He's more like, you know, a captive audience.
That is true.
Also, his Discord is open apparently. Roman Trend's Discord is open. What's your Discord?
It might be in the in the description of the video.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But like, I think that was in response to us talking about like, oh, you know, where
you're not alone.
You can go as like alternatives or like writing coaches and shit like that, which is perfectly fair. You know, there are definitely different content creators that talk about writing that have, you know, places where they want people of similar, you know, like-mindedness just congregate with each other, give each other tips, show each other what they know. Like, it's always a good thing to just reach out and experience life because you're putting life into your work. Not necessarily has to be all about you, but an aspect of you and how you see the world has to come through in the page and connect with someone.
Yeah. Very quickly, Ryan says, that book has a name. I know nothing about that name. I'm sorry.
I was going to make that joke! Same brainwave. That's great.
I literally put in chat right before you said that, it knows nothing, not even its own name.
Ha! Wow, we are all on the same fucking page with that. That's great.
Good.
Yeah, legit. Yeah, this.
I might join.
This is also on the same page too.
Oh man.
I might join your Discord. I might actually also set up a writing corner of my own in my Discord server.
And we might invite you into our server if we ever want to get you or into her server so we can coordinate getting you on here at some point.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be great for episode 100.
Yeah.
Do VC readings and ratings. Oh dear Lord, you've come to the right place.
Yes.
You should tune in Friday nights at 10 p.m. for Bad Fanfiction Night. I think you'd be pleasantly entertained. We're currently going through Shadow of the Conqueror.
But yeah, like,
hitting the
legit
gym.
writing.
Becoming a writer is.
But yeah, like writing is a craft, and just like any other craft, just like what does the craft mean to you? Are you like, how can you analyze it? How can you like not perfect it, but iterate on it? It's like any other form of art. Like that's what a craft is, and craftsmanship is not always done alone.
Hideo Kojima remade the same game 5 fucking times before he landed on his magnum opus of Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. Who are we reacting to for 100? Well, that's for you to find out. I think it's going to be fun.
Number 8. You're not alone in this race. As much as writing feels like a solitary pursuit, like jogging or hitting the gym, becoming a writer isn't. You're stepping into the world filled with millions trying to reach the same goal. There is a reason why I wear a tracksuit instead of a hipster blazer or turtleneck. To me, writing is not about being the chosen one.
Oh, man.
Taking shots at him. Oh my god, man.
Freaking Lost Chord is getting some strays. I don't know. I like the guy.
These arcane videos are phenomenal.
Yeah.
Guys mind keeping it down? Trying to write a novel.
It's more like being a side character in a sports anime. Just another determined runner with your own style and philosophy pushing towards your dream. Of course, it may not feel that way when you're writing alone in a cafe with a frappuccino, but it is. Your goal is to reach the readers through your
Clearly you should have had a mocha.
Yeah.
your words, just like those who have once reached you. Your rivals? They're your contemporaries. You might not face them head on, but they're still on the same track, tackling the same obstacles.
There is something I want to ask you. All right. How the fuck do you write so many books so fast? I've had a really good 6 months. I've written 3 chapters, and you've finished 3 books in that time.
So why not?
Yeah, I was about to say, you know that transplant you were talking about, Raymond? Maybe George R. Martin needs that shit.
Yeah, he does.
No, you know what? Let him cook. But I wouldn't give him the Stephen King one in my life.
I just want to say, well, since we brought up the memes about George R. Martin, I just want to say, I don't believe the rumors about Half-Life 3 coming out as title for the Steam machine, but if they turn out to be true, that would mean that we get Half-Life 3 before the Winds of Winter.
Make it
I don't think it'll happen, but like if it does, just know that that's.
So basically, what you're saying is we need to fulfill the prophecy to give the GameCube its killer app.
Yes.
Dog, if we what's the word? If we get One Piece's ending before we get that book, I will fucking die laughing.
No, watch it. We're going to get Half-Life 2 and what would it be? It would be Half-Life 2 and 6/12 or something like that.
Wouldn't it just be Half-Life 2 Episode 3? Because it was.
No. You can't have the 3. You can't have the 3.
Oh, you can't. Oh, you can't.
Half-Life 2 episode. You can get to the 3, but you have to do it through like an equation that doesn't feature the 3. So
do what was it? Like for Kingdom Hearts, it was like episode 2.
Yeah, it's Half-Life. It's Half-Life 2 episode 6/18.
Yes.
Or no, 18/6. 18/6. That's what it'd be. Yeah, there we go.
18/6.
But yeah, what was that one like episode for Kingdom Hearts called again? The
356 over 2 days, or 356 days over 2.
The small one with Aqua that was meant to
number.
Lead 3.
That's Birth by Sleep 0.2.
Yeah,
it's
0.2, a fragmentary passage. I think.
Yeah.
Half-Life 2.02.
Half-Life square root of 9. Yes. Half-Life 2 episode 9 square root. That's perfect for them.
And they say
why fall behind when others are running ahead and improving with every single redraft? You can criticize Vivzy Pop all you want, but you can't take away her success. She put in the work, stayed the course, took the hits, and kept moving forward. Yes, her technique has flaws, but that hasn't stopped her from crossing the finish line again and again. If you think you can do better, get on the track. Write, learn, fail, get feedback, then write some more. The key is to keep moving. You might stumble, slow down, and even backtrack, but the only time you truly fail is when you quit entirely. But that's okay too. This track may not be for you. This race is for those with the drive to keep going, no matter how far the goal is. And I hope that this video will give you a head start. Thank you for watching. As always, if you like this video, consider liking and subscribing. There are a bunch of goodies in the description, as well as an invite to the Discord channel where you can share your work and get feedback. If you see some value in this video and want to support my endeavors, consider leaving a tip on my Ko-Fi page or sending a super thanks. Good luck on your writing journey, and I'll see you around.
I love the Digimon tamers at the very end.
Yeah, that was perfect. Again,
he recently made that video and has like hundreds of thousands, 100,000 views or more than that. Apparently.
Oh wow!
I haven't seen it yet, but I saw it when I was checking out his channel earlier. But yeah, Guy, Roaming Trend, my man.
We'd be happy to have you on. That was
video.
Phenomenal.
We would absolutely love having you on.
That might be the best video we've seen on here yet.
110%.
It's a Christmas miracle.
We have not had a single problem. Well, we had like a small, like a nitpick.
We've not had problems. We had like minor tangents, different perspectives. I don't think there was ever any real things that I would describe as
not even close. And I guess you might say, okay, it's not a super. Like, the fundamental things that you're talking about is fundamentally simple, but it's sort of like how it is with the video me and Pete made about the fundamentals about writing a fight scene.
Yes.
And it's like the thing is that we need to go back to appreciating just the fundamentals of something, even if they are simple, because what can be intuitive can often be lost in translation because we just take them for fucking granted. And I think you did the best job possible of illustrating how important these things are.
In the immortal words of Gordon Ramsay, finally some good fucking food.
Some good fucking food.
In the immortal words of Gordon Freeman.
New video tomorrow.
When in doubt,
fucking watch that shit.
When in doubt, and all options are removed, then it must have been ninjas. Occam Shuriken.
Yeah. Izanagi for $5. Haven't had a great video like this in ages. Refreshing to say the least. And we still managed to drag it out for 4 hours.
Yeah. Who said this is where it's like, oh, yeah, it's like, oh, why are you analyzing a film that's only 2 hours long, but it took you 5 hours to talk about it? It's like, we just watched an 20-minute video, and we took 4 hours digging into all the positive aspects of it and getting into extra information and elaborating on the thoughts. Like, come on, guys. Critical discourse is not a short endeavor.
Yeah, no, it's not.
But I made a video on that too.
I think that was actually something that I was going to mention earlier as like a problem with people writing these days or making like really crappy content is they're very impatient.
Yes.
They don't want to go through all of this rigmarole, all of this pain and heartache and struggle. They just want to already be at that point, and so that they can just pump out a lot of shit.
But yes, wonderful video, but I also promise as we're winding down the stream that there was something that's going to be at the end of the stream that people will be excited for. People on the stream can hear this. We finally, after a long time, and it's been a long time coming for a lot of very patient fans, happy to announce, since we won't be streaming next week, something else will be coming out on the channel next week.
Yep.
Oh, where'd it go? Oh my god, it's a blank screen. What the hell happened? All right, here we go. There we go. The very first episode of our reaction to Batwoman. This is something that you guys paid for, and we finally got the first episode done. And I am so excited for you guys to see it. Zelkami was a guest editor.
It's a real Christmas miracle.
We both worked really hard on it. He did most of the main editing. I did a bit of the up-touching. But it's going to be coming out Christmas Eve. I hope you all enjoy it. It's about 50 minutes long. And in fact, I'm going to now set it to premiere. Where's my channel content? Go there.
Put a 1 in the chat if you were there for the exact JYCT stream where this was proposed.
Yeah.
What?
Episode 75, the
Did you
first
just
Babylon
Did you just
3.
call
If
us
you were-
jicked?
Yo, what the fuck? Yo, who's this
My
chick you
brain-
talking about?
That sounds like
Can
an
I smoke it?
adjective. That sounds like an adjective of how you would describe when you mess up the name of a podcast. You jicked it.
No, this wait, no. This is Jicked Steelbark.
Yes. Also, last minute art, Brandito. I feel bad that Critter didn't have any festive gear, so I made her a hat. That is adorable.
That's
like
that's
the low,
awesome.
the shaky like art style. You matched it perfectly. It looks so cute. I will send this to her, and I'm sure she will love it.
Yeah, thank you guys so much, and thank you everybody as always, just coming on and just joining with us and reacting with us and giving us your support. You guys are really what make this podcast so fun.
Yes.
And then but Tiny Tim comes in with his little crutch and says, "God bless us, everyone."
I funded this 6 months
Maybe
ago.
The real
Yes.
Team Jacked was maybe the real Team Jacked was the chat we made along the way.
I know,
the chat we
man.
jicked along the way, right?
You told us.
No, they're Team Jicked.
You told us
what
we
they
could
are. They're
take our
Team Jicked.
time, Orange Man, and I'm sorry it took much longer than anticipated. I'm glad we could turn it into a treat for Christmas. I hope you guys enjoy it. There are some wonderful little gags that we all put in there. It's
The bat fridge.
don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Not telling it.
I will say, it's only me, Twy, and Pete in the first few episodes. Kaiser couldn't make it because he had family obligations. But in future episodes, if we get to them, because I have said, we're doing the first few episodes. We're not going to do the whole thing based on that because, my God, it's a lot. You still haven't resolved the Ruby B plot. Really? Okay, you want to know what my advice would have been? First, Miles and Carrie should have written a lot more before they tried to dive into their own original work that wasn't already set
100%.
up. I mean, honestly, they shouldn't have been working on RVB to begin with. They should have been writing independently. They didn't even take any classes. They shouldn't have done anime homework because they were not writing what they know. They were just writing what they saw. And
that's a good point.
On top of that,
what Monty knows, but Monty's not the main writer.
They should have absolutely run it by more people than they ultimately did. They should have had a dedicated editors waiting in the wings.
And most importantly, they should have waited longer to come out with the first season and the first volume. And all that shit.
I would also add that, and this is mainly for me, this is my sticking point for Ruby mainly, is if you're going to make a show that is about these hard-hitting themes or have a lot of parallels or whatever the thing that Tolkien hates that I'm blanking on because I'm allegory. Thank you. I don't know why I'm suddenly getting very tired. But,
it has been a long stream, so
it has been.
We yapped a lot.
When you're making a lot of stuff like that, that is very deep, very high-end kind of writing. To really buckle down and try to understand what it is that you are going to write about. And even if you don't draft out something, outline it, at least have an understanding of where you're going to end up and how you are going to get there, because it really doesn't seem like they had anything.
Yep.
Right.
And hey, a lot of these criticisms were things I made in my previous video from last month, going over the first 3 volumes.
Yeah, so
of
y'all
the
should
show.
definitely go watch this video because his CBF's entire channel in general is just really underrated. But that video especially needs a lot more love.
I will say that not only do I think that they could have benefited a lot from the writing advice that was in this video, but on a bit of a meaner streak, Ruby has become a sort of poster child for how not to do writing.
Yes,
100%.
From my very first video, I said, "Yo, this is my Last Jedi." Okay.
Yeah.
This is mine.
And what's really important about this is that doesn't make Ruby worthless, and that's another thing that's really important that you need. Just because something is bad doesn't mean it's worthless. There are some things that I would probably consider worthless, but even from the worst art, I don't know, but even from that, there are things you can pull from it for ideas. It's like, that's the thing. RWBY being a lesson,
I mean, there's a reason why the
to
fan fiction scene in it is like so big. There's
Yeah.
a reason for that.
It like there's so much there that you can pull from, and that's a great lesson on what not to do and why, because even you understand what's going on there. It's great for that, and you gotta keep that in mind. All art, almost all art, I would probably say, is precious, and we should always remember that there is someone behind it, almost at all times. It's just that's, I don't know where I was going with this. Basically, just appreciate the art. And when you're critical, it doesn't mean you have to hate it.
Yeah.
Unless you're
So what
CBF,
you're saying
in which
is-
case you do have to hate RWBY.
100%, yeah.
I
What
only
you're
hate
saying
the
is
later
just
parts.
So what you're saying is just pretend it was what you wanted and see how it made you feel?
Oh, God.
Go Roblox yourself.
Wait, we might have to do our own verses for Cinema Sins, Cinema Wins. That would be an interesting
Oh, Lord. We have to find we have to find a
we have to find a film that they both covered that everyone here is intimately familiar with.
Right.
And then we just basically count their dings and see which ones are accurate or not.
Watch
Have
it be
fun
The
with that, y'all.
Incredibles.
Oh,
they probably
maybe.
both have, yeah, they might have both
have.
covered The Incredibles.
The thing is, EFAP is the one that started this. I don't want to ape off anything they've already done. So, as fun as it
I
might
don't
be.
think they've done The Incredibles.
Yeah, I don't think I have. I know they've done The Last Wish.
What
Which
about K-pop Demon Hunters? I don't know who all.
I still
here
need to
is.
see that.
I still need to
movie.
see that,
Fuck.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Oh, so
that
it'd be
might
a good excuse.
Yeah, it might be a good excuse.
Jinx, you owe me a soda.
No, I don't. That's a delay. It doesn't count.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you wouldn't want a soda from him anyway. The can's gonna be made out of freaking platinum, and I don't know if that's like toxic or anything.
I was about to say he's from Florida, so no doubt a gator is gonna be hiding in there somewhere.
It's gonna be laced with my blue meth.
That's Arizona or New Mexico. It's somewhere where it's very dry and dusty. Anyway, so does anyone have anything they want to announce?
I mean,
not for me.
So yeah, tying into the RWBY thing, I do have another RWBY related video I will try to get out by the end of the year. I've already finished a script, I've already finished a thumbnail, I've already finished recording. I just need to pare down the recording and start editing. It will be about 10 metal bands to get RWBY fans into metal, because RWBY does have a lot of alternative metal in it. It's a great starting point for, Zoomer teens and young adults.
Do you count Linkin Park as metal? I know some people lump them in with metal.
Technically, yes. They are alt metal and new metal, especially early on.
Okay.
It's just that a lot of people don't count new metal especially as metal.
Would
Or
you
some-
lump?
or in some
Are they
cases,
on
alt
the
metal.
list, or are you staying away?
No, they're not.
Okay.
I do reference them, but no, I go for a few other things.
Fair enough.
I do start off with some really early obvious picks and go a bit more. It's a sliding scale of accessibility, both in terms of popularity and heaviness.
Oh, also, Zim the Despot says, a bad fanfiction read. Hopefully my work doesn't show up there. You never know. We've had people submit their own work.
True.
Yeah.
God, the
I was
twist
trying
about
to-
Lupa was amazing.
It was. Oh my god. I still think about that.
That was such a.
in terms
it was
of-
me. It was me all along.
All along. But in terms of promoting stuff, I am so me and Pete have been going through Dispatch, and I've been streaming that on my channel. So definitely check us out. We have gone through the first 3 episodes of the game so far, and it's really, really good. I made a couple of controversial decisions. So
All right, good
I'll
question.
definitely-
Who you fucking?
If
As
you
I
haven't
learned,
chosen-
from the fandom, this is the most vital decision that makes me judge your character.
Well, Kaiser,
apparently
if
so.
you don't decide now, you're gonna have to decide next one, because episode 4 is where you get the most crucial decision for that question.
Oh shit!
You better
Okay,
choose.
Well, Yeah, I guess we'll
Spoiler
find out
question.
this Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I know then we might change the timing a little bit depending on like people's availability, because at the end of the day, I want to have fun with the game, but I also want to make sure to just share the experience with the rest of you guys. And of course, at some point, I'm going to be making highlights of those streams for each episode for you guys to enjoy. But most importantly, before this month is over, hopefully, I will be making a new video on my channel. It's probably going to be much more on the shorter side, but something to cap off the year on a positive note. So definitely check me out at that front.
Also, Roaming Trend says, I have an announcement. I am one of the Ruby writers going through a redemption arc.
Oh, shit. I knew it. I knew it, man.
You were
But
Miles
honestly,
Magase this entire time.
Fuck.
Oh no!
You know
What if
There's this...
he is Imagase because Imagase owns Rooster Teeth?
True.
Oh no!
But like that kind of reminds me, like I was talking with a friend of mine that was in like another Ruby content creator server not too long ago, and he said that like what the Ruby team, what Kruby needed was somebody like Aaron Ehas, like a script doctor or something.
Yeah,
like
you
that.
needed like a course corrector, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, like an industry seasoned course corrector for their story, and that probably would have helped a lot of things during production before it even came out.
Riz, rumors of Rooster Teeth's death were greatly exaggerated, and Bernie Burns has stepped back in to buy the company.
Well, I mean, it
Somehow
did.
Bernie returned.
Yeah,
It did die, but it got resurrected somehow. So it is currently zombified. It's like Sora right after Dream Drop Distance.
Yeah.
Or at the beginning of any new game.
So I think that leaves Twy and Pete. Do you guys have anything to announce?
Pete?
So I do have a video, but just at the risk that I announce something for the umpteenth time that I end up delaying for another video, I'm just going to like leave it. I don't want to make any announcements until I know for certain that this is going to be something that it's just something that I've been working a really long time on, trying to devote a lot of time to. But a video is coming one way or another. If you want to watch some of my other content, it was mentioned briefly. Kaiser and I did like, I just want to check out like what other content I've done. Kaiser and I did a video on the simple things in fight scenes, which we were talking about earlier in this stream. So relevant to the general topic and may possibly be relevant to the video that I'm putting out. But again, not really saying anything. Other than that, I do live streams, gaming live streams on Saturdays at 5, somewhere between 5 and 6 Eastern Standard Time. Right now, we're going through Expedition 33. I figured it's fitting since it won Game of the Year and like a third of all the other.
I was gonna say it won basically
categories.
the entire fucking show.
It won a third of them. Yeah, it won pretty much 11 out of like the 30, 32 different categories.
It won 9, and I think of the 9, it was nominated for 11. I think it only lost
the game
in 2
won.
categories.
The game won 9 of them, but then I believe there were other ones for like either actors or other people who were working a part of them of Expedition 33 that also won another award. So that's why I counted 11.
Oh,
but
yeah.
So that's why I was. But no, you are correct. The game won 9 of them.
I love that the thing that won over them in one of the categories is Wuthering Waves, which is I'm just like the power of Chinese gooners overpowers.
that one had no judges. It was purely just a popularity contest, and I mean, of course,
it's the power of bribery, the power of being rewarded with in-game currency.
And then the devs of Expedition 33 were like, "We won best game of the year, but we were already going to release new content that's releasing now. Have fun with it." It's like, oh, great, wonderful.
And then besides that, really, again, just only because I want to plug something, but I just don't have anything yet that I want to plug, is that come next year, when Devil May Cry Season 2 comes out, I'm going to get the gang back together, and we're going to talk about that.
I might ask to be put on, but I will not watch Season 1.
I mean, if you want to.
That would be hilarious. I come in completely blind to season 2 and just give my thoughts on how confusing it is.
I was mostly just talking about Kaiser bio and maybe I Know Nothing if you have an interest.
Maybe. I'll be there for the Evanescence.
What about
All right.
CBF for me.
All right, Twy, you got anything?
Okay, so long story. I have a $300 laptop that I bought so that I can finally take my laptop and get it repaired because the hinges don't exist anymore.
Ooh.
I unfortunately it needs to go again. It's a hard thing because we have all of our computer related stuff broken up for the week. So it's not like I can just say, okay, our Jack stream is done now. I can get my computer sent away and it'll be done in time for the next one. No. That would mean that I would have to miss Bad Fanfiction night. I would have to miss anime nights, all this sort of thing. So I just decided to buy a cheap laptop to have and do stuff with in the meantime. So that'll take a little bit. And then once I get that back, I'm going to start, like I said last time, work on my Digimon video. I'm going to start live streaming again. I don't think that this computer can handle live streaming. It has an incredibly outdated not graphics card, GPU, I think.
That is a graphics
is like
card.
Sorry, CPU. Like I said, I'm tired. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take a nap.
It came out in like 2017. It can barely handle opening my search bar without having to wait like 3 seconds to do so.
Wow, that's
it's really bad. Oh yeah, it's gonna be bad. Hopefully it's not as bad as when I tried to do Bad Fanfiction night on my mom's laptop.
Oh god, that was nightmarish.
Yeah. So hopefully, I was actually gonna ask you to see if streaming or at least being on Discord would still work fine with it, but we'll see. Anyway, once I get my computer repaired, I'm going to be doing all of that again. I'm going to be starting to stream Digimon Time Stranger again. And I'm also, because of this stream, I was thinking about having my own writing corner in my server, so I'm going to set that up for anyone who wants to come in and maybe get some writing advice. Maybe I can set up something where if you just want to come for the writing advice, you only see the writing channels. Maybe that'll be interesting.
Maybe. Well, other than the Batwoman thing, I don't have anything directly to announce. I might start streaming some games after the new year, in terms of just trying to get certain things out. Right now, you can put a quarter in the jar. I'm working on the Silent Hill F video. I haven't really started on that other than making a quick outline, which is like 5 pages long, I want to say, maybe even 6. But you know, I've been basically working on my mock trial stuff because we got to really pick it up for our competition at the end of January. Other than that, I'll be seeing one thing I'm going to be seeing is Iron Lung. I've tickets bought for Iron Lung. So I'll be going to see that. I think that's also the end of January. Actually, I'll be seeing it in February because I couldn't get tickets in January. They were all sold out.
Yeah. They've been selling out so fast, man. Good God.
I know. I barely got the ones for a February matinee on Monday. But yeah, I will be looking forward to that. Maybe we'll do a Jack stream covering that to some degree, or maybe not. We'll see. But yeah, look forward in 2 weeks. You know, obviously Christmas, you got the Batwoman video. Then the week after that, New Year's Eve, we've got our 100th episode, and we're going to cram as many guests in here as physically possible, and no doubt it's going to drive me goddamned insane in terms of logistics, but we're going to try. We already have a few great people that are already confirmed to join us. I hope you guys get excited. Some familiar faces are going to be coming back, and yeah, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Goodbye.